Tatiana Martin. History of One Family. First book. Dedicated to the memory of my dear grandmother Maria Andrianovna Filatova. I wrote this book for my descendants. In memory of that period, in which the heroes of this story lived. About their faiths, life experiences, disappointments, successes, struggle and love. From the author, Houston, 2020. Part 1. Preamble. It was near the end of September 1944. The war was no longer being waged within the borders of the Soviet Union but was raging in the fields of Western Europe. Yet the exhausted Ukrainian ground still was licking its wounds. All around were reminders of recent explosions, lightning flashes of fires, and many signs that the blood of the people had spilled. Also, there were many low hillocks where those who perished buried. It was evident that many young people would remain forever young as they lay in these graves. But life went on with hopes that a new generation would come after the devastation of war. On a cold September night in that year, on the edge of a small provincial town, a tiny granddaughter, crying loudly, was born to Maria. Maria was born in a small village deep in Russia. She hardly remembered her father. He had died when she was 5 years old, and since that age, she lived with her mother. Only sketchy memories remained about father. She remembered him as he lay on a bed. She would climb up to his side and inquires why he could not play with her. Her mother would then take her away. She recalled that for some reason, he never rose from the bed, and they were not able to go together for a walk. Her mother told her these things about her father as she was growing up. She learned that he was a perfect, kind, and hard-working man, but suffered a misfortune when Maria was a small child. He was coming home with a wagon of hay on a dark evening. As was coming down a hill, the horse pulling the wagon stumbled, and it turned over, her father thrown to the hard earth. The fall caused a severe injury to his spine, and he never stood again. His legs were useless, and he confined to his bed. A few years late, he died. It was a very emotionally heavy time for Maria's mother. But, because she was so young at the time, Maria did not remember these happenings. Maria's mother also told her about her older sister, Polina, who died at the age of 11. She was fatally injured while playing with friends in a running game. One of the girls unintentionally pushed her, and she fell, hitting her head on the corner of a house. It was all regrettable. But Maria still didn't fully understand what her mother was going through. What Maria already remembered well was their inn with her mother. Always, someone stayed with them. As in a kaleidoscope, different faces flashed. As the years passed by, Maria grew up to be an attractive girl with long golden braids. She was now in her 17th year, and she started dating with one young man. But he was not destined to be her husband. Life events had taken Maria far from her home to district town Almonovo. Her aunt, on her father's side, lived in this town. On Easter, Maria stayed in her aunt's house. There she also has got acquainted with her future husband. Michael was much older than Maria. He was 37 years old, 20 years older than Maria. He had a great and exciting life behind him. Maria listened to his stories with wide-opened eyes. She becomes transfixed with delight as she listened. Many of these stories were of his former sea life when he was in England on a construction crew of the ship, Rurik. He told of a time in 1905 while he was in Kronstadt, where he was a Marine and because of a miracle avoided execution. Maria was romantic by nature, and Michael's stories took root deep within her soul, and he captured her heart. A wedding was autumn, and Maria became his wife, stepping directly from childhood to adult life. This life was difficult from the beginning. Money was not a problem for the couple. Michael had saved during his service, and in Almonovo, he became a partner with the owner of the local tobacco factory. It was challenging for Maria to get used to her role as a wife. However, over time, Maria gradually got used to family life. Soon she became pregnant. With joy and impatience, they waited for their first child, but the child did not destined to be born alive. Once, a few months before the birth, Maria crossed a small stream on the bridge. Then a dog ran towards her and threw itself at Maria. Maria got scared, stumbled, fell, and lost the baby. And then there was the cruel verdict of the doctors. She won't have any more children. Maria and her husband desired very much to have children. They even discussed adopting a child from a shelter. It was approaching 1917 year. The time was very vague. The First World War continued, and the country was very restless. Then was a rumor that the Tsar had abdicated, and the administration of Russia had passed into the hands of the temporary bourgeois government. These rumors whirled all around. Although Almonovo was far from the center of events, people there were hearing about an ardent struggle for authority. In these words, the surnames Kerensky and Lenin flashed. Also, they indicated that the Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, and anarchists were making many changes. Although it all was happening in the capital, and it seemed that these conflicts would not touch this small town, Maria and her husband decided to wait with plans for a child. With the coming of October, a shot thundered in Petrograd. The Bolsheviks, led by Lenin, occupied the Winter Palace. They also arrested the temporary government leaders. The next morning it announced that the authority in the country had passed into the hands of the Bolsheviks. The Kerensky government had overthrown. It was a massive coup in Russia, which stirred up and raised vast masses of people. The world divided into red and white. A civil war was underway. Brother went against brother, and son betrayed father. Dark masses rose from the very bottom. The Greens, the Semyonovs, and others like them, who, like a whirlwind, swooped down on villages and towns, plundered everything around them, burned and killed. During this time, Russia was like a volcano. The Bolsheviks managed to win, and a new government was ushered in under the leadership of Lenin. Maria and Michael experienced unexpected troubles. They were expelled from their apartment, which was a part of the factory where Michael worked. Officials wanted to send them to Siberia, but many of the workers interceded because Michael was a perfect man and always got along well with the workers. Maria and her husband obtained a room and moved their belongings. Michael continued working at the factory, as he was an expert with the machines there. They needed to proceed with life and get used to the new less than desirable conditions. Gradually time healed the wounds and the new life, which came with the destruction of the revolution and civil war, became routine. Michael was now 50 years old, and Maria was in her 30s. Despite all changes and misery they had experienced, she still very much wanted to have the child, and Michael supported her in this desire. They decided to adopt a child, The neighbors told them about a local family of the priest's assistant. That family had a small 2-month-old girl, which they were willing to allow to be adopted. They already had 6 children, and this baby there was their 7th. The family was poor, the church did not function, and the father had nothing to feed his large family. So Maria and Michael adopted that small girl. Her name was Nadia. Nadia was not a healthy child. At the age of 2, she was failing ill scarlet fever, which caused complications with her eyes. She began to go blind, and her new parents shed many tears. Were called many doctors in to help with the condition, and fortunately, destiny had pity, and Nadia recovered and began to see. Blindness had not won. The years continued to come and go. It was time for Nadia to go to school. School years passed day after day, and her parents were getting older. Nadia grew and matured into a pretty girl. Russia recovered from the wars and the terror. The NEP, New Economical Politics, passed, and Lenin died. Stalin came into authority. As the years passed, were organized collective farms instead of individual farms. All individual farmers, which after the revolution, received large lots of land and became rich, were sent to Siberia or shouted. All cows, horses, sheep, and even poultry were taken away and claimed by the organized collective farms. All property now was owned by the states, and private property no longer existed. Farmers became the workers on these lands. The peasant, who had held this lands and used it to feed him and his family, had it taken away from it. There were many excesses and mistakes in these politics. And most important, the peasant had ceased to be the owner of the land. The land no longer was his for feeding him and his family. After many years of Soviet control, agriculture became unprofitable. Russia, hospitable Russia, which could supply half of the population of the world, now could no longer support itself. After collectivization, it was the turn of industrialization. It began to erect enterprises of heavy industry, built the Dnieper power plant, and all this was done manually with a pick and shovel. Next, the youth was organized in the Communist Union of Youth, Komsomol, and voluntarily went to perform construction work. They went to the cold lands of Siberia to erect new cities, dig mines and extract petroleum. But these forces were insufficient to carry out everything that was conceived by the government of Bolsheviks. Slaves were necessary, and the Soviet authority organized the Gulag. Everyone who disagreed with this policy of the Communist Party, all former noblemen, intelligent people, clerics, and just objectionable, was banished to these so-called labor camps. There they performed the hardest work under very severe conditions. The Bolsheviks gained authority not only in Russia but also in the east part of Ukraine, Belarusia, Caucasus, and Central Asia. With this growth, the Union of the Soviet Socialist Republics was born. At this time in Western Europe also was restless. In Germany, the authority had come to Adolf Hitler, and the Germans began to prepare for war. The years of 1937–1938 were terrible for people in the Soviet Union. Reprisals. On a night, people from the KGB came and took away those who aroused the slightest suspicion, and sometimes without any reason. These people without court and consequence disappeared in the terrible repressive machine. The neighbor could inform on her neighbor just because of personal insult or revenge. These times were awful, and the people were afraid to speak with each other and were afraid to talk any unnecessary words. Many outstanding high military persons and figures in the party were shot. They were pronounced enemies of the country, and citizens trusted what they were told without question. People suffered and perished at times, even though they were not guilty. Behind this seemingly external, noble idea of strengthening and protection of the country, there was a severe political struggle for authority. The ordinary people trusted that they were building socialism, the fairest society, where all was 50-50. It would be good. But this time, life is complicated because there were many enemies around, which prevented from building a bright future. Ordinary people believed would come with the destruction, and there would be a dawn of the new light life. The people were trusted and lived with this dream as they also lived with the presence of cold, famine, lack, and injustice. The fires of war were blazing again in Western Europe. The streets of Spain, France, and England were being ravaged by German bombs. Many Russians went as volunteers to battle in Spain. Shoulder to shoulder, they battled in the country far from Russia. In Russian families, the Spanish orphans began to appear. In 1939, the Red Army crossed western borders and came into the west part of Ukraine. Two pieces of Ukraine and Carpathian were compulsory merged. The war moved north, and battles were in Finland in 1940. This battle finished by victory, but our people suffered significant and unjustified losses. This war was a prologue of future campaigns. The Russian people were worried as words of a world war began to circulate. They calmed slightly because the Soviet government had entered into a non-aggression pact with Germany. Nadia was maturing during these difficult times. Those events in the country and the whole world could not become unnoticed young people's minds. She and her school friends frequently remained after school and discussed all that they were hearing. At times they argued about events occurring in Spain. Some of them firmly trusted the correctness of their government's actions in this war, but others were hot-headed and outspoken about their questions concerning this armed conflict. In October of 1941, she would celebrate her 18th birthday. End of May this year, it should be the last school day, final examinations, and graduation. With these events, most of the youth were wondering what the future held for them. Nadia was thinking about going to a theatrical school. She exhibited acting skills as she sang songs and played the guitar. When attended parties, her friends always asked her to sing for them. She did this with much pleasure, as she was familiar with the lyrics to many of their favorite tunes. Final examinations completed, and all the excitement of finishing school was behind, and June 21st was the next day, which was the graduation party. Students would receive their certificate, and all dressed up for this important event. The girls in lovely dresses and boys in new suits. All at once, they were so grown up. Music, toasts, greetings, all this makes heads spin so pleasantly. The urban garden and streets were noisy and cheerful with the crowd of the celebrating youth. As dawn came, so came the morning of new adult life for these students. What a delightful moment it was! And no one could have known that this was the last minute of a peaceful life, and the future would bring long years of relentless war. On this perfect summer morning on the western borders of the country, there roared the sounds of cannon fire. Like a black cloud of locusts, motorcycles, machines, planes, and foot soldiers approached Slavic ground. They included infinite hordes of foreigners. Hitler had begun war with Russia, and the peace accord had been unexpectedly and foully trampled. There had been many words spoken for a long time about the possibility of war, and people assumed that war would break out. But it is one thing to think and speak of war, and another to see it with one's own eyes. The confusion before the approaching mass was felt. It seemed that no force could stop this avalanche of the well-armed enemy. Hitler had already determined that by the end of summer, Germany would occupy Moscow and bring down the Titan on clay legs, Russia. In a few months, the German army was so close that soldiers could see suburban Moscow in their field glasses. This conflict was a repeat of history in 1812, and instead of Napoleon, Hitler was the villain. But it was not Hitler's fate to take the streets of Moscow, as the Russian people were determined to protect this city. Internal strife is one thing, but it is another when your native land trampled by another's a merciless foreign foot. Moscow was defended, and the war was not an easy walk, as Hitler had promised his soldiers. The easy walk had turned into a long, long road, which has been stretched through almost 4 years. Hitler's soldiers had reached the Volga River, visited the Caucasus, saw the warm beaches of the Crimea, and were set in a return away from the unfriendly, cold Russia. They had expected to return to Berlin victorious, but the end was not such. There were no sounds of triumphant marches, with exalted young German women celebrating their return. Instead of victorious marches sounded the cannon of Katyusha. The walls of an unapproachable German fortress fell. All the events of the war touched Nadia. On the day after the declaration of war, they, already former classmates, gathered in the schoolyard. They decided to go to the front voluntarily as a class to protect their land. But they were disappointed at the recruiting station. They were not taken to the war. The recruiting officer said that their hot heads and strong young hands would be useful here in the rear. Some of the classmates were successful and managed to get to the war, while others had gone to work to support the military forces. Nadia went to the next regional city to study in a theatrical school. Her studies were easy for her, and she was a willing participant. However, Nadia could not graduate from this theatrical school, and at the beginning of 1943, she left to join the military, where she served as a radio operator on the Southwest Front. Conditions were terrible, especially when she heard the howl of flying shells above her head. It seemed that these sounds would burst the membranes of her ears. But gradually Nadia and the people with her were getting used to the terrible noises of war. But Nadia could not reconcile, in any way, that each day the war took away young warriors forever. Today they would gather and laugh at stories of events, which happened during the war, and the next day when they gathered again, some of those who had laughed were no longer present for the storytelling. The battle was a black business, and the darkness was filled with horrors and pain. Many of these people were so very young. They would not become husbands and wives, nor mothers and fathers. The fever of love captured these young people. They believed they had to love today because of tomorrow maybe not exist, and the young rushed into love. Nadia was no different than the others and met her first love at the front. His name was Arkady. He was a good-looking major of military and a favorite of the women there. Many sighed when they caught a glimpse of him, but Nadia did not pay much attention to him in the beginning. He was much older than her, as he already had passed 30. But he was very attracted to the young radio operator, and he began persistently to look after her. The distinctive marks of attention were pleasant, especially as the sounds of all the roars from explosions continually filled the air. He managed to subdue Nadia's heart. On one Unusually cold winter evening. As outside the windows the wind hooted and large snowflakes fell. The house of the radio operators remained warm and cozy. Nadia gave her heart to him. And they were hot in the embraces of love. The love blossomed as a magnificent bouquet of white roses. And Nadia did not think about the war that raged around. She was filled with love. Each morning she awoke in pleasure knowing today she would see him again, and at night, she would dream of him. However, there were times when Nadia would wake up from a terrible dream that the war is taking him away from her. Soon she learned that she is expecting a child. How would she tell this news to Arkady? And how would her parents in far Almonovo react to the story? Thousands of contradictory ideas bedeviled her soul. But one was most pleasant. She will be a mother. She will have a tiny son or daughter. She wonders who he or she will look like. How will it grow? Arkady was not pleased with her news and was afraid that this pregnancy would bring complications into his life. In Kiev, he already had a family with 2 children. A son who was 10 years old and a daughter who was 6. The truth was that he was no longer attracted to his wife, but he would not throw away his family. Children were his passion, and he loved them with all his heart. Nadia realized that something has changed in their relationship, and Arkady, her lovely favorite, was not glad about this news. Also, there was still more sad news from her home. Her father died after he caught a cold, which developed into a lungs inflammation. He did not recover from this disease. While the letter reached Nadia 3 weeks after her father's death and he had already buried, Nadia wept over her mother's letter. She loved her adopted father very much and remembered his kindness and tenderness for her. She remembered his kind, hard-working hands, which touched her as he silently and quietly consoled her when the bitter children had teased her and during her awkward youthful moments. And now he was gone. It was heavy on her heart as it is when life leaves the people dear and close to your heart. Nadia wrote a letter of consolation to her mother and told her the news about the expected child. With fear, she looked forward to hearing from her mother. And when the letter from Almonovo arrived, she opened it with shaky hands. How had her mother taken this news? What would she do if her mother denied support for her and her future child? The letter was calming, but her mother certainly did not condemn her as severely as Nadia thought she might. Her mother was a very severe woman. Her mother also did not refuse her. In the letter, her mother said, "It can help well that you will have a child. It may be enabling separate you from the army and you will return home." At the end of the letter, there was a postscript that her mother wanted her to see. She said if it became necessary, she would help, and consequently, she would move from Almonovo closer to front and Nadia. In June, Nadia was discharged from the army. Arkady had promised to take care of the future child, supplying Nadia with row cards, and he took her to the rear away from the war and put her on a train. The parting was cold. Each of them believed that they would never see each other again. The train pulled away from the station. Arkady sighed with a feeling of relief that he had paid his debt. Deep in her heart, Nadia felt bitter disappointment. Her first love was at an end, and she was so very disappointed that she had been so badly mistaken in her feelings for this man. But Nadia knew that in life, it is impossible to avoid mistakes and disappointments. She knew this is a part of life. Wise people say that we must study our mistakes. She would consider and learn from this experience. The truth is easier to explore on another's errors than on that which happens to us. With a sigh, Nadia put all her past behind her. Ahead was a meeting with her mother and soon rally, with a new person. This future child already moving in her enlarged stomach, and quite noticeably pushes her with his hand, or foot, demanding that mother forget all her troubles and think about him, about his coming to this world. Nadia got to the appointed place for a whole day. It was wartime. But at last, the last stage was over, and there was Volynsk, a small Ukrainian town, where Nadia's mother, Maria, was waiting for her. The meeting was joyful and, at the same time, a little sad. For a long time, two women stood embracing each other, one no longer very young, gray-haired, and wise with life, and the other, still quite young, but already with a bitter experience of disappointment, stood and large tears rolled down their cheeks. The first minutes of the meeting had passed now. It was necessary to decide how to live in the future. To travel back to Almonovo, in this time with Nadia's condition, the lengthy trip and the unreliability of the trains would be hazardous. The two decided that until the birth of the child, they would remain in Volynsk. Maria arrived in Volynsk earlier and had already made arrangements for a home for the two. She had rent a small house whose owner was a widow. The husband of this woman was killed in the first year of the war. She worked near houses in an urban bakery. In the house, there were 2 rooms, a small kitchen, and a large cold inner porch. Summer came and ended quickly. Nadia enjoyed a peaceful life. There were times she had nightmarish dreams of her former military life and would awaken screaming in her bed. But her mother's warm hands calmed her, and she again fell asleep. She helped her mother with housekeeping duties and also prepared for the arrival of her baby. She obtained some material and made arrangements to use a sewing machine. She and her mother sewed pampers, baby's loose jackets, and other things necessary for the newborn child. Nadia had learned to sew at school and sometimes had sewed simple dresses and skirts for herself. Now this skill was useful as she prepared for the baby's arrival. During this time, there was a need for healthy row for Nadia. The row cards and military wife certificate, which Arkady had sent her from the front lines, helped to meet these needs. Her mother had sold all of her things in Almonovo and brought the money to Volynsk. Sometimes Maria was able to work with the hostess in the bakery and got bread for its work. Bread during these times was expensive. These things helped Nadia and her mother to survive these hard times. September seemed to come quickly, and autumn eased the summer heat. The days became colder and shorter. The mornings were chilly, but days filled with the bright sun, and it seemed as if it was summer again. Leaves on trees became bright with fall colors from red to pale yellow, and then they slowly began to fall to the earth. It was enjoyable at this time to wander in the small forest, which was near their home. It was pleasantly warm, and the foliage rustled beneath their feet. They heard the singing of the birds, which had not yet departed to warmer territories. The weather would be described as an Indian summer. People seemed to have forgotten that recently here there was a war and that the war did not yet finish. Somewhere else, shots were being fired, and people fell when struck by the bullets. It seemed unnatural to see this perfect world, the people living there, and to know the ideal silent autumn moments in other parts of the country filled with explosions and death. It was as if the people do not understand. During this time, Nadia's soul filled with rest and pacification. These were the last weeks of her pregnancy, and labor would soon approach. These days filled with unbearable waiting for Nadia, and it would be desirable that the delivery had already come. The days did pass quickly but filled with uncertainty concerning the upcoming birth. During the last week of September, the weather changed dramatically, and it became very cold with frequent autumn rains. Outside, the sky was cloudy and not pleasant. Tree branches were without leaves and stood gray and sad in expectation of the forthcoming season and winter hibernation. On September 26, Nadia woke up at dawn with seizing pain in her abdomen. She understood her time had come to give birth to her child. Nadia lay back down as the pain lessened slightly, but a bit later, the labor pain increased again. She had woken her mother, and they began to wait for dawn together. As soon as morning came, they dressed and made their way to the local hospital, where there was a maternity unit. The hospital was in an old brick two-storied building, which has escaped damages of the war. The maternity unit was on the first floor. Nurse had made all necessary registration arrangements, and Nadia changed into the hospital attire and taken into a delivery chamber. Maria could only wait. As she waited, midday had passed, and the sun was sinking as night began to fall. This day came to an end as midnight passed, and a new day began. Half an hour later, Maria had a little granddaughter, her first granddaughter. Nadia had given birth to this tiny baby girl. One more new small miracle had come in this world. What can this baby girl expected in this world? Can this world be a good mother or malicious stepmother for her? And what will she bring in this world? As she lives, we shall see. Now, this small girl was washed and wrapped in pampers and sleeps peacefully. However, the young mother cannot fall asleep this night. These painful minutes and excitement still are fresh in her memory. She was thinking about this essence, which she has just given birth, and all that had occurred with her. She realized that there was no longer only she but that there is one smaller person, flesh from her flesh and blood from her blood. Also, she is bitter during these moments to understand that there is a man, whom she loved, who is indifferent to what has taken place this day. That he will not be there to meet her at the threshold of the hospital with a bouquet, and that the nurse, seeing them off, will not hand this small invaluable package into the careful, reliable man's hands. Chapter 1. Childhood. 1.1. My first knowledge about life. This small girl, who was born that cold midnight in late September, was I. I was named Eleonora, Elia. My grandmother chose this beautiful name. Time went by quickly. I have already passed half of my life and now I am a grandmother myself. Many of the people who had been very influential in my life have passed on. My life has been full, and there were happy and joyful times, disappointments, tears, and the bitterness of separations. Life striped like a zebra with light and dark times side by side. As I look back, many of these events seem as if it was only yesterday. I remember being very young, dressed in a beautiful light dress, holding my grandmother's hand as we walk along the street in Lvov, a large city. I was almost 7 years old and soon would begin school years. I did not know how I came to be living in Lvov, and I asked my grandmother to tell me about coming to the city when I was a small child. When you were born, the war still was in progress but not being fought in the Soviet Union. Your father was still in the military. We lived in a small town where you were born. We rented an apartment in the house of some widow older woman. My grandmother started her conversation. "Grandma, where live this aunt now? Are we ever going to visit her? I want to see this town where I was born." I expressed my interest in this conversation. "When you will be a little older, we would go there and see the small house where we had lived during this time. Near the house, there was a lovely forest. Berries and mushrooms were abundant there." Grandmother replied. "Grandma, please tell me about my father." I interrupted her. "Do not interrupt me and just listen." She continued that my mom shortly after my birth took work as a military staff in office. They have not heard anything from my father. My mother was distraught. One day she met a friend from the army. The friend told her that there was a rumor that Arkady, my father's name, had died somewhere in Germany. "I recollect," grandmother continued. "Nadia came home very distressed over the death and told us Arkady was lost. Soon, she met Ivan, a captain who had been wounded and treated in that town. Later they were married. He became your father and there now was a man in our family. Times were severe, and we were glad to have Ivan to protect our family." Donetsk was a small town, and finding work there was difficult because of the increased population as a result of the war. Therefore, our family thought about leaving and moving to Moscow since Ivan had come from the Moscow area. His mother and sister lived in Moscow in a small apartment. Finding a place to live there was very difficult. Also, his mother and sister were not pleasant to us. Ivan and Nadia had a friend's family, Volodya and his wife Masha, who had decided to move to Lvov because they had close relatives there. They suggested going with them, and we chose to travel with them. "You were 2 years old when they made this move," my grandmother told me. Our family immediately liked this new city. It was beautiful and ancient and suffered minimal destruction with the war. Volodya and Masha's relatives found them an apartment in the center of the town, and we stayed for a while with them. Soon our family found the house where we live now. I asked my grandmother, who had lived in the house before we moved in. She said this house belonged to a Polish man. She could not remember his name. He was a member of the Banderas group. That group was organized by people that fought against the Soviet authority in the west part of Ukraine. This man was killed because of his resistance. When we moved in, we fired the furnace. The house quickly filled with smoke, and we were alarmed. We called a chimney sweeper. He discovered that the chimney was clogged with Bandera's documents, continued grandmother. Before we arrived in the house, one family had lived in the basement on the premise, but the first floor remained free. Some of the windows were covered with plywood because the glass had broken out. However, the house had 2 large rooms and a big kitchen. The house was constructed just before the war, and the work on parts of the building had not completed. The plans were to build a laundry in the basement and steps to the attic, but this work did not complete, and there were a temporary ladder and a big hole in the ceiling. Our house located on a quiet street and surrounded by green lawns and foliage. It was near the edge of the city, but not in the backcountry. There was a small backyard around the house. The decision to live here was unanimous among our family members. With the death of the owner, the house became the property of his sister. She was anxious to sell it because she should return to Poland. The purchase took all of our savings, including the money I had brought from Almonovo. With the end of the war, the government confiscated all houses. Our apartment became state property, and we obtained a written order on the facility. The family decided to put the order in my name, but my passport had lost, so it put in your stepfather's name. Grandmother, I remember when I was small sitting on a blanket on the floor of the kitchen with many of my books. I tore the books into strips and put them in a teapot. Oh yes, the grandmother said as she laughed, I remember. I had gone shopping, and your mom stayed at home with you. I think you were a little more than 2 years old. Your mother had put you on the floor and gave you the books because you enjoyed reading. She lies down and fell asleep. I came home from shopping and decided to prepare tea. I took the teapot, filled it with water, and put it on the stove. It began to boil very quickly, and I tried to pour water from the pot into a cup, and no water came out. I opened it and found it to be full of water-soaked paper. We have recalled and laughed many times about this incident. I also remembered a time when I once woke early in the morning and called to you. When you did not respond, I ran to a door, and it was closed and locked. I remember being very frightened and began to cry and call to you. I added, "Where were you, and why did you leave me?" I asked. "You know, Elia," she replied, "it was not the first time I had to leave you. You don't remember these times. Most of the time, I came back while you still was asleep. That time there still were long lines to buy roe. I had to rise very early to get into the lines to buy milk, flour, and other goods." "Grandma," I continued, "why have Mom and Daddy gone so far from us and for such a long time?" "It is a long story," she replied. "When you will older and can better understand, I will tell you about it." I asked, "Grandma, why did they not take us with them?" Grandmother was silent. She looked at me and tightened her grip on my hand as though she was afraid someone would take me from her. I stopped talking, and we continued our walk in silence. I kept thinking about why my mom and daddy had left and not taken us with them. In my head, there was a picture of their departure and farewell. I remember standing on the platform at the train station with my grandmother. Mom looked through a train window and cried. She holds my younger sister's hand, and there was an older girl, Ala, with them. The train began to move. My mom was frightened and inquired about my daddy. He appeared on the platform in the last minutes before the train started to move. He hastily kissed me, embraced my grandmother, and jumped onto the footstep of the moving train. I waved as the train departed. My mind returned to the present and thought about starting school in the autumn. I did not have a bag and school uniforms yet. My neighbor girls did not believe I could count to 100, and I need to prove to them. I also enjoyed playing ball with my friends in the courtyard. Adults would think these thoughts of a 6-year-old girl were trifle compared to theirs. But all of these things were important to me and had an impact on my life, even though they may not have been relevant to adults. These were the last summer days of my carefree preschool life, and the days moved quickly. My thoughts were about coming on the 1st of September. It should be the beginning of a new epoch in my life. It grasped my spirit and excited my soul. I tried to imagine what that first day of school would be like. I also desired that this day would come quickly. (1.2) First meeting with mother after a long separation. As that day approached, all the necessities obtained. My new bag was lying on a chair near my bed, and I enjoyed looking at it as the snaps sparkled in the sun. School uniforms with 2 aprons in celebratory white and black had added to my wardrobe. I wanted to wear these clothes but knew I had to wait until that first day, and I began counting the days. It still was 14 days until school starts. On one of the August mornings, I woke, as usual. The sun already was up, and I could smell good scents coming from the kitchen. I got up from the bed and ran to the kitchen. Grandmother was making pancakes, and I loved her pancakes. They were magnificent when buttered and accompanied with soft cooked eggs. "Elia, are you already up?" the grandmother said with a smile. "Your pancakes are ready for you, but you first must wash your hands and face," she continued as she pointed to the bowl with warm water. I went to the wash basin and quickly washed my face and hands because I had seen my breakfast on the table. As I ate, I could hear the voices of my friends in the courtyard. I could head both of my friends named Olga and Olya. Olya lived in the next house. Next year she will go to school. Olga lives in the basement of our home and still is small. Olga had a brother who was small and not yet speaking. Olya had 2 brothers. One is older and is already in the 3rd grade. His name is Roman, and the younger brother is Vlad. These boys often pestered us, preventing us from playing. I quickly completed my breakfast and ran to the courtyard. My grandmother reminded me as I was leaving that I should wear a jacket because it was chilly outside as autumn soon would be here. We played in the courtyard for a while and then went to the street. Our street was small, with drains on both sides, and the road was overgrown with grass. Few visitors used our street and, consequently, our parents let us play there. We liked playing there, as there was more open space than in the courtyard. We played ball on the street. We throw the ball and name any subject. If it is some row, it was necessary to catch the ball. If not, the ball does not pick. Those who do not capture the shot must leave the game. My grandmother also stayed on the street and talked to the grandmothers of my friends. As we were playing, we noticed a taxi stopped near the beginning of the street. It was attracting our attention. In the cab, a young woman was holding a small child. Additionally, there were 2 girls in the taxi. It was evident that the woman was searching for someone as she closely looked at the numbers on the houses. As she became closer to us, my grandmother screamed in surprise, "It is my Nadia." I looked at my grandmother and shouted, "Nadia, my mom's name who I have thought about often and missed very much." I remembered that mom's letters always were sent to me on holiday. I asked the grandmother to reread them for me, and in the last note, we learned that mom would be coming to see us. The letter had arrived at the beginning of the summer. I had always mentally drawn a picture of this meeting. In these thoughts, I saw Mom and me running towards each other with open arms. There was nothing between us. Mom holds me, and we embrace. I embosom to her heart, and I am the happiest child in the world. However, this scene was only in my dream. As I saw the beautiful young woman and she was unfamiliar to me. The feeling of shyness kept me from running to her, and I was stiff and stayed behind in the courtyard. There were many children there, and I tried to move closer to Mom. I would have liked her to notice, embrace, and kiss me. However, the girls who arrived with her held her close and pulled her hands while asking about the situation. These girls were my sisters, Mila and Toma. My grandmother took and held Vidya in her arms. Finally, Mom noticed me and I heard her ask my grandmother who I am. My heart was filled with disappointment as I realized my mom had not recognized me. Grandmother responded, Who? It is our Elia." And she took my hand. Mom may have made this statement in fun, but I believed that she had not recognized her daughter. In my child's mind, this idea stayed with me. I thought it meant she did not like me. This meeting, so unlike my imagined meeting, was bitter for me with such an impressionable heart. The incident remained with me for many long years. Eventually, the hurt feelings healed, and there were many close minutes with us, but I could never really feel her close and never felt that I was her real daughter. This alienation remained with me throughout my life. We brought Mother's luggage into the house, and all came inside. Grandmother began to ask Mom about their long trip. At first, Mom flew by plane, then they took a steamship up to Vladivostok and finally by train through all Siberia, Ural and Europe up to Moscow. During this long trip, Mom had trouble with 3 small children. "Why did you have not sent us a telegram so that we could have met you?" Grandmother asked. "You know, Mom, we had to change trains, and I did not know what train would take us to our final destination. In Moscow, we were successful in getting tickets through a children's room at the station, and then we quickly moved to another train. There was no time to send a telegram. You could have given money to someone at the station and asked them to send a telegram to us." "I didn't think about doing it this way," Mom replied. "It is good. You are safe and at home. Thank God. I see you had such a long trip. Why did you risk going by yourself without Ivan?" "Ivan should have vacation late. He will arrive likely by New Year." "Now, please tell me how you lived while we were not here," continued Mom. "Yes, to be honest, it was not easy as the roe was scarce. Elia already had grown up and was prepared to go to school. The house had some broken glass in the windows. I asked one of our neighbors to repair. He is the handyman of many works. He makes shoes and other repairs. He does a very nice job and at a reasonable price. May be late. We should paint the walls," answered my grandma. "Now tell us about your life in Siberia. In your letters, you said that there were extreme frosts, long nights in the winter, and a very short summer. How did you stand such frosts?" "You know, Mom, you can stand these frosts very easily by wearing warm clothes. Fortunately, there was no humidity as you have here. The truth, when a wind blew, one could go outside and stay no longer than 5 minutes. But there was perfect hunting and fishing. Ivan loves hunting and fishing, and all his spare time was devoted to these. I missed the warm weather and long summers." From your letters, we determined that Ivan had a good job. "Yes, he worked as a bookkeeper for a mine management company. Before my trip to you, he was promoted and now is chief accountant. My working conditions were not as favorable as his. I started to work as a guard at the gate, and then I got a librarian position at the factory library. I was unable to work full-time because children were small, and I took care of them. Most of the time, I stayed at home. Generally, I could not find a job that I desired. I feel that something pulls me to art, to the theater. It is a pity that the war interrupts my art study and has turned my life upside down." "Tell me about Alla. You wrote very little about her. My grandma asked about the girl, which went to Siberia with them. First, she helped me to watch Mila and Toma, and when Vidya was born, I left my work and decided to stay home with our children. Alla worked in a daycare facility. Before I left for my trip, I told her to stay there, keep her job, and wait for our return." While Mom and Grandmother were talking, I got acquainted with my sisters and brother. I remembered Mila, but Toma and Vitya I saw for the first time because they were born in the north. Vitya sat on a blanket, play with toys, but the attention of the girls was attracted to my special place. I had my home for my dolls next to the furnace. It was my private place and only mine. I liked to play there. It was my separate world, in which no one else was supposed to represent. And now my world was being destroyed. The others now were playing there. Soon my sisters began to scatter. Having them here was not pleasant for me, and I began to banish them from my world. They began to cry. "What's happening?" Mom and grandmother exclaimed at the same time. "This girl does not give us toys," Mila complained to Mom. Mom began to calm the girls, and in an angry voice, said, "You are so selfish." I began to cry with the insult, and my grandmother interceded for me. "Nadia, you are wrong, you should understand Elia. It is her private place. She grew up by herself and did not accustom to sharing her toys. She plays with the girls in a courtyard, and she is a very kind and good girl. She did not grow up with sisters, and they are still strangers to her. She will get used to these changes, and the children will figure it out for themselves, and they will quarrel and make up." "I think you all are hungry," Grandma said. "Let's eat. Then the children will take naps, and you also need to rest." I had prepared a tasty meal, including vegetable soup and hot cereal. "It was as though I knew you would be arriving," said Grandma. While Grandma prepared the table, Mom began to unpack her luggage. She brought some gifts for Grandma and me. She gave Grandma a warm scarf and a beautiful fur cap for me. I immediately put it on. It was so friendly and soft. It was a wonderful gift for me. I thanked Mom, and timidly pulled her close and kissed her on the cheek. She kissed me on the forehead. It was a wonderful time. After dinner, the guests rested. Grandmother was working in the kitchen, and I went outside. I felt joyful and disturbed at the same time. It was joyful that, at last, Mom had safely arrived, and worrying because, with her arrival, something in my life had changed. The comfort of my routine life did overturn. Previously it was only me and grandmother, adult and child. Grandmother had always given me her undivided attention as she cared for me, and now there were other children, and the adults had to divide their attention among us. Since I am almost grown up and the small children required more attention than me, I felt left out. Deep in my heart, I was beginning to feel the loss. I always was a compassionate child, and now, especially, I realized that my mother no longer belonged to me wholly. I began to think she liked those children more. It seemed that she does not love me as much I wanted. These thoughts were running through my head, and the tears flowed from my eyes. That evening when it was time to go to bed, many changes made. Mom now would occupy the room where my grandmother and I had slept. Additional beds set up for my brother and sisters. One more bed set up, and Mom told me that I would be sleeping in it. Grandmother now would sleep in another room where 2 roommates slept as well. We always shared our flat with roommates because it provided additional income for Grandma. These roommates were both girls. For the first time, I separated from my grandmother. Before my mother arriving, I had slept with my grandmother and was warm and cozy near her. Now I was banished from her bed and forced to sleep alone. The fear of separation and subsequent loss made me very sad. I turned loose of my mother's hand, and with a shout, I begged grandmother not to leave me as I rushed to the door between the rooms. Fortunately, this door was not locked, and I ran into the other room as my grandmother came into the room through the other door. I ran up to her, embraced her, and whispered, "Dear Grandma, do not leave me." She hugged me, and large tears began to run down her cheeks. She kissed my wet eyes and cheeks and whispered tender, calming words. She sat on a chair, took me on her lap, and gently caressed my head. I was warm, calmed down, and soon dozed off. At that moment, we were one, only grandmother and granddaughter. With Mom's return, our family divided, Mom and her children on one side and grandmother and me on another. From time to time, the peaceful coexistence of these parties was broken and restored, but the border between the parties precisely observed. There was no real affinity between me, Mom, or the other children. This lack of relationship remained in all our lives. As adults, our sympathy was perceived only in our minds, but not in our hearts. Chapter 2. Beginning of School Life. 2.1. First Day at School. Today is August 31st, 1951. Tomorrow my first school day will start. With impatience, I expected its arrival, as hurried time. And already there was absolutely a little bit, what that some hours. And I bestride in life, new for me. It is already late. It is time to sleep, but I am afraid to lie down. Suddenly I shall oversleep the fixed time. The mom and grandmother calm me, assuring in one vote that will wake in time, and I shall not be late. Grandmother and Mila will take me off to school. The mom and Toma, unfortunately, will stay at home, because Vidya feels sick. The morning of my first school day was perfect. Outside was the bright sun was a little chilly, but it was not cold. I have washed my face, has swallowed the breakfast and beginnings to hurry Mila and grandmother to put on. I have dressed a new brown uniform dress and snow-white apron, socks, and new shoes, specially bought for this case. The mom made 2 braids on my hair and has a fastened, beautiful white bow. I have run up to a mirror and exclaim from surprise. The unfamiliar girl looked at me, at once, such grown. However, the eyes with a greenish shade were my eyes, and they sparkle for pleasure and expectation, something new unfamiliar and such mysterious. Outside was ruffle from whiting aprons, bows, and colors on boys' uniform costumes. Children with new bags and huge bouquets are proud to walk near to the adults in the first school lesson. Our school was small. There were 4 classes, and it placed in 2 small 2-storied buildings located in different streets, but near each other. In our building, there were 2 classes, first and second grades. I till now remember the number of this school, 59. The building for first grade was near my house, through one street. When we came to the courtyard, there already crowded. All children had gathered according to classes. I had put in a pair with one boy. He for some reason all time looked back, probably among the crowd of the adults searching for the mom. About each class stood a teacher. The director and chief of teachers stepped on the porch of school. I have heard that all congratulate at the beginning of the academic year and especially us fresh students. And then we were presented with gifts. I have given a beautiful book and pencils. On the cover of the book, something was written. I could not read yet. But there will reach a time when I can freely read both this inscription, and this book, and it is a lot of, any other books. It has rung out the first school bell, and we took inside to a classroom. By the edge of an eye, I saw as the grandmother wiping tears from her eyes, waves to me a hand, and Mila, which stands near to the grandmother, waves to me a hand too. Our classroom was on the first floor, a large bright room. In 3 lines of desks stood there, sparkling by the cleanliness and new paint. On a wall before us, there was a large blackboard. My place was on the average line, and 3rd row. We have sat together with this boy with which we're in pairs. His name was Lesha. "Hello, children," has said our teacher. When I say, "Hello," all of you should raise and answer, "Hello." All of us have risen, and in a class was distributed shapeless, "Hello." "Have a seat," our teacher has said, and knows that will be necessary always to rise when the teacher or somebody from the adult will enter into a class and to welcome them. And now I want you to congratulate me at the beginning of your school life. Since today you are not simple children, you are students. You should much find out and much to learn. You will go day after day on steps of knowledge. It is a difficult way, but we of the teachers shall always be with you, and we shall help. At first, you shall learn to write and to find out the letters. We shall learn to read your first book, which calls Bukavar, and other books. We shall learn count and to write numbers. You will find out that such arithmetic, how to put to multiply, to divide and to subtract numbers, how to solve problems and examples. We will have lessons in singing and drawing. Also, you will have a lesson on physical culture. We shall go together to nature and learn the environmental world. I shall be your first teacher, and we shall be together for all the first 4 years. Well, now I want to introduce myself and our staff. My name is Olga Pavlovna. When the address to me, you should say, Olga Pavlovna. The name of the director of our school is Alexander Alexievich, Chief, Elena Vasilievna. Also, there are 3 more teachers of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades. Today you have seen them at the meeting. And now I want to know you. I shall call your name, and you will rise and say, "I." Olga Pavlovna start calls us. Children rose and answered. There was also a boy, which sat near to me. I have not remembered his surname, whether Denisev, whether Denisenko. Turn and I, at last, have reached. I was almost right at the end of the list. Children, now there will be an end of the first lesson and break. I want to say if, during a lesson you want to ask me about something, it will be necessary to lift a hand and to wait while I shall permit to speak. It is impossible during a lesson to get up from your desk, to shout loudly, to talk and to run in a classroom. It will be necessary to listen to me attentively, and to do what I shall ask. During the break, you can leave for a courtyard, and play outside. Today after this break, we will have 2 lessons, and then you will go home. Tomorrow, the school will start at 9 o'clock in the morning and each day will be 4 lessons. The lesson lasts 45 minutes and breaks between lessons -10 minutes. This schedule you will have for this year. End of the day, I will set to you the homeworks, which you should carry out to the following lesson. Bell has rung out, and our first lesson did finish. The silence has blown up at once, the class filled with children's voices. Someone has run up to Olga Pavlovna and asks her about something. One small girl briskly began something to tell her neighbor. And I have taken Lesha's hand and have pulled him in a courtyard. I want to run. So, There is time to sit a lot at desk, and to listen was still difficult for me. We had not much time to play enough, as the bell rang to call us again in a class. In the second lesson, we wrote in the notebook by a pencil of sticks and hooks, and on the third, we had some art. I liked the lessons, the truth that a stick in any way did not want to be straight, and hook were for some reason bent not as it is necessary, but I very much tried. At last, the bell has rung out from the last lesson. I have collected all my belongings in the bag. We said goodbye to Olga Pavlovna and line up send from a class. On a school courtyard, the adults already expected us. And my grandmother waves me a hand and calls me. "Well, how your first school day has passed, my sweetheart?" My grandmother asks me with interest. "Oh, my dear Granny, we today already wrote in a notebook of sticks and hooks. I very much tried, but at me, it failed. Today I should still do the homework. Our teacher's name is Olga Pavlovna, and she is excellent. She will teach us all 4 years. I sit on the third row on the average line together with the boy Lesha. I talk and talk to my grandmother about all my school impressions all way back home. The grandmother listened, her granddaughter, and she could not believe that her small baby already schoolgirl. She still remembers that cold September midnight when this baby was born. It seemed it was recently when she became the grandmother. She remembers the first weeks and months when Elia, in fortnight age, was ill and her small baby pricked by injections. But thanks God, she had cured. And then she had another disease. Pertussis and measles, and more heaps of any children's illnesses. But illnesses behind, and now her granddaughter goes beside. She, almost choking from delight, tells about the first school day. Close to our house, I met my friends Olga and Olya. They both with envy tried to touch my new bag and sleeves of my school dress and sighed when also they just as Elia will go to school. 2.2 First difficulties. The school days have run day after day. I already have accustomed to school, start to know my classmates. I sat still with Lesha but already have made friends with several girls from our class. The closest my friend became one girl named Valia. She was the smallest person in the class, and for some reason, children began to call her Bunny, although her last name and first name were not close to this nickname. Valia lived not far from us, in other streets through a road. She lived with the mom and daddy in a small private residence on 3 families. The house was in a corner and around it there was a large garden. There were many fruit trees and bushes. In the summer, we liked to get into this garden and enjoy eating fruit and berries. Valia's family lived on the first floor. They had 2 large through-passage rooms and kitchen. The convenience was in a courtyard. My grandmother has met with Valia's parents and has made friends with her mom. This friendship proceeded within many years. Valia's daddy worked as a medical assistant at the military airport, and her mom was a housewife. Also, I have made friends with one boy named Valerie. One day my grandmother has met Valerie's grandmother at the grocery store, which asked us to visit their family. When we came, it was by evening. All family was at home. There I have seen Valerie. Granny, I have pulled the grandmother's hand. I know this boy. He is my schoolmate. He also recognized me. Except him in family, there were 2 children. Senior sister and younger brother. He was middle. They lived by the large family, with the mom, daddy, grandfather, and grandmother with dad's side in a private residence for 1 family. Valerie and I became friends. We studied together all 4 grades. He often came to us, and we together learned lessons. Mainly it wasn't easy for him to understand mathematics, and I helped him. He was the good boy, but any very much hairy. In his family, they kept some secret, and this secret somehow connected with Valerie. It felt that he not so cozy in the family, from it probably, and there was such Harry as a protective reaction. At school, I tried to work hard, but the study, in the beginning, was for some reason given to me hardly. I remember as now. We studied the letter V. It was necessary to read the short word, but I could not understand how this word read. All the adult population of our apartment read with me this word, but all was vain. Also, I could not write straight a letter. The month of study has passed, and the teacher has collected the first parental assembly. On this assembly, there was my mom. I already lay down in bed, when she has returned from assembly home. It is interesting what there spoke about me, I have thought, already almost falling asleep. But suddenly has heard as behind a door was mother's angry voice, from which I at once have woken up. I have understood that teacher said something poorly about me. I compressed in a lump under a blanket. The door has swung open, and the mom promptly has gone to a room. She is sharp taken off a blanket from me. Lazy girl, you at all do not want to study. The teacher has said that you nothing can make and that is necessary to take you away from school. I am frightened, tried to pull on itself a blanket. My grandmother has come to a room behind the mom and has rushed to intercede for me. Nadia, what are you doing? She has exclaimed. The child already went to sleep. What for you for the night looking disturb her? Tomorrow there will be a day, and we shall understand all. What for so with is hot? So it is possible to frighten the child in all life. That you intercede for her all the same place in prison. That you such speak, Nadia. Sleep, my baby, she tenderly has addressed to me. She had covered me, had to turn off light, and they had gone from my room. The excited voices were still audible from a corridor. Before my eyes still stood angry face of my mother, and in my ears sounded, "You have said to take from school." It was a terrible idea, but the weariness and bad excitement of this evening tired me, and I have fallen asleep. I was not taken away from school. Gradually I began to take possession of reading. It was checked up my sight and has appeared that in my right eye, I have a weak eyesight, and consequently is poorly visible to me from a class board. The doctor prescribes glasses, and I was changed seat to the first row. In the first grade, I have finished with all the excellent and 1 good mark and has received the creditable letter. I have noticed during all my life, that all new things I never catch at once. The process adaptation must pass. That in my head some information on this subject has collected, then all became clear for me. Well, it needs time. Each person studies on own way in this life. There is no one established the same, especially children. Our teachers and adults should have the patience to concern about this. The same year, when I went to the first grade, in December, our father came to Lvov from the north for his vacation. He was my stepfather, but I have never seen my biological father, and I consider Daddy Ivan as my father because he was with me almost from my birth. The truth, I have seen him very seldom. Probably for all of my life you can count by fingers, but we communicated until he was alive. Most of his life, he worked and lived in the far north. When he retired, he had moved to the city named Urals. Earlier it was the territory of the Soviet Union and now the separate Republic of Kazakhstan. He and my mother divorced for a long time. He was married for the second time. After moving to Urals a few years later, his second wife died, and he lived alone for the last years. He died when he was 88 years old. These events were many years later. But let's go back to the events of the 1951 year. The daddy had 6 months vacation because that company where he is working gives 2 months vacation for 1 working year. 3 years he worked without a vacation, and it let him accumulate all these days because it is a long way to travel each year. He had brought some gifts. He had presented me with a beautiful album for drawing and a set of color pencils. Shortly before New Year in our family, there was a significant quarrel. It started when the mother and grandmother to argue in between. The daddy certainly then has interfered, has accepted the mother's side. There was a wild scene. The daddy has pushed the grandmother. She has fallen. I have rushed to protect the grandmother. Children have cried. The world in our family was broke. Grandmother has taken offense both at the mom and on the daddy. She has ceased with them to talk. She has ceased to leave for dinner. I have appeared as between 2 fires. I was a pity grandmother, and at the same time, I wanted to have both mom and daddy. The adults swore, found out the attitudes, and did not want to notice that near to them, the fragile children's souls suffer. On my heart laid an excessive load of quarrel and insult. Our neighbor from the downstairs of an apartment, Olga's mother, brought a meal for my grandmother and me. I have eaten, swallowing tears of insult, because the mom, having quarreled and having taken offense on the grandmother, as though automatically have transferred it on me too. My sisters have caught this change in our relations, too, and have ceased with me to play. I sat in the room and thought, why does the world is unfairly arranged? Why I simultaneously couldn't be both mother's daughter and grandmother's granddaughter. You see, I like both of them, and I want that they loved each other too. The time went, despite all misery. Till New 1952, there were 2 days. Former grandmother's roommate has brought us a large beautiful fluffy Christmas tree with KNARS on it. We liked what the grandmother made each year a Christmas tree. It brought a celebratory mood in the house. We hung up toys, the majority from which we did from cardboard, color paper, and gold foil. Hung up a real apple, candy, and nuts. The significant gift for me was when the grandmother bought tangerines, and we hung them up on tree too. It was usually taken all day to put an ornament tree. But by evening, it was delightfully sparkled by the beauty, especially when included multicolored bulbs and extinguished top light. The grandmother sat on a floor and displayed cotton wool under a tree that created a sensation of snow. I hung up candy. The door was slightly opened, and the daddy, large, handsome, has come in a room. He stood and stared at the tree in fascination. Yes, it is so beautiful. He has exclaimed, you, mother, are mistress to make this work. Mother, so he always named the grandmother. I know, mother, the daddy continued. I am a big man who has pushed the woman, which suits me in the mother. It also has pulled me of features turn between you and my wife. I always spoke, which lets women find out attitudes. Excuse me. Please do not take offense and do not hold evil on me. Let's reconcile, soon New Year. It is not good to carry the insults from the old. Let us will stay in the past. Well, mother, is it peaced? And he has approached to the grandmother and has helped her take off from a floor. The grandmother was silent. It was difficult for her to consult with her insult. But the pain of quarrel already has ceased. She has looked at the daddy. He faced to her such large and such guilty. Gradually her heart was thawing also by, she has said. Good, Ivan, I forgive you. I understand that all this made in a temper. All of us got excited. You are right. It is impossible the insults to carry per New Year. And for Elia, it is bad that we in a quarrel. I see how the girl tormented. This evening all of us had supper together. It was a very joyful evening for me. At last, adults have reconciled. I felt that a big stone has fell from my heart. I again have found the family. Tomorrow will be New Year's Eve, the most remarkable holiday. It will turn the illumination on the tree, there will be a delicious pie, and next morning under tree, I will find a gift from the Santa Claus. I dreamed of what he will bring to me this year. I would like to have a large beautiful doll, or maybe better to have a new dress or perhaps a cute bag. So I was happy that evening and have fallen asleep with beautiful expectations. 2.3. Allah. The spring has come early. As that by time at the beginning of March, snow began to thaw. On roads have run stream. From roofs has dripped of drops, clearing of the ground, released from the snow. This spring in our area, the government starts to build a gas pipeline to bring gas to our houses. Everywhere was rummaged feet dipped in clay. In our courtyard were ditched for pipes, and we had to jump on boards laying through this one. Temporary difficulties were endured stoutly. In our houses there comes gas. It wills a considerable convenience. It will not be necessary to prepare firewood and coal for winter. It will not be required in the summer to kindle the large furnace or to cook dinner on a kerosene stove. We were so happy. Once in late spring evening, we, with the grandmother, still sat in the kitchen. The mom in a bedroom stacked children to sleep. The daddy was already lying with the book in bed. Someone was scratching at the front door, not even knocking. We thought we must have heard something. We heeded. The sound repeated. Grandma went to open the door and froze in surprise. Before her stood Allah. Allah had dirty, ragged, unimaginable shoes. The mom, quietly, she has whispered, "It is possible to me enter?" The grandmother was silent, stepped aside, and Allah entered in a corridor. The grandmother quietly has called the mom. Nadia, go here and look who has come to us. The mom has left a bedroom and exclaimed from surprise. Allah, whether are you? How have you here appeared? My God, you covered in mud. Take it off quickly. At first, you should take a good bath and make a haircut. Do not distribute lice. We have a full house of children. It will difficult to fight with lice. The mom, Nadia, asks my grandmother, please heat water quickly, we shall wash Allah, and then feed her. She leans, on what of a bone only to keep. Probably for a long time she did not eat. I, with curiosity, looked on Allah. I knew her because the grandmother told me about her. This girl had a very touching history. She was found in the woods when she was a small baby. They thought she was lost. But there was a note in her coat pocket that her mother was leaving her in the hope that someone would take this child to adopt. In the note was the name of this girl, Allah, and nothing else, no last name, no age. They took her to an orphanage. They set the age at about 2 years old. Gave the surname Lesnaya. In the orphanage, she has stayed not for long. One childless pair adopted her. But not for long has lived Alla in this family. Her adopted mother got ill and has died, and the adopted father has given her back orphanage. One day my mom, going for a walk with friends near the orphanage, has seen Alla, and she very much has liked her. She has come home and beginning to ask. The mom, I saw in the orphanage the girl. Her name is Alla. She very much has liked me. We shall take her to us. I very much would like to have a sister. She does not have any relatives. The grandmother has talked to her husband Michael, and they have decided to take this girl to themselves. So, one more daughter has appeared in their family. Alla grew by the unguided child. Whether it influenced by of what happened to her in early childhood, or by heredity, or maybe some other problems. She could leave the house and disappear for days at a time. The family was searched for her, found with difficulty, or brought home by strangers. Alla liked to climb to neighbors' gardens and stealing fruits and vegetables. In general, she grew up a very difficult child. She did not have any abilities to study at school. Hardly has she learned to read, count, and to write. It was the time when War II was started. The grandmother had to go to the villages exchanging clothes for row. She needs to leave Alla one at home or the neighbors. It was not time to take care of Alla's studies. When the grandmother has gone to meet my mom in Ukraine, she has left Alla at the relatives because to travel that time with the child was very difficult. After the war ended, and our family has moved to Lvov, the grandmother went to Almonovo and brought Alla to Lvov. When the mom with the daddy left for Siberia, they have taken Alla with themselves. And now this evening Alla faced to us, and it was not clear as she has appeared here. All her clothes were fired at once in a furnace, and she, already washed, cut, a dressing in mother's gown, sat in the kitchen at a table and ate be not capable of being full. You have left, Ivan has left too. I was there one in north. Alla silent and hardly audible began her story. I was missed and have decided to go to you in Lvov. But do you remember what I told you? Reproachfully swinging head. The mom speaks. Keep jobs and wait for us. Why do you disobedient? What will I do there without you? Pold talk alla. I, as soon as Ivan has left, has taken quit, has received money, and start pack to go after you. I have reached Khabarovsk by ship. And then it was necessary to go by train further. The train was required to wait a day, and I spent the night at the station. Has fallen asleep, and when has woken up, that has not found my luggage. Someone has stolen all. A bag and suitcase. In my bag, I had all money and documents. I could not get a ticket on the train and using commodity cars and to spend the night on the street. I do not know, as I have not frozen. It would be desirable to eat very much. I even hardly in a gang have not got. Called me to steal, but I have not gone with them. I have said that I shall ask a better piece of bread than to steal. I got prison for a few days because I did not have any ID. Thanks to one chief of police officers. He gives me some identification papers. By this document, I have reached you. My God, so you reached 4 months, have exclaimed in one voice the mom and grandmother. Alla sat with tired eyes. The warm room and meal exhaust her. Weariness worried of months has pulled hard on it by a leaden cargo. The words of Nadia and Mother Maria have reached her as though from afar. All her body demanded rest. She hardly struggled with dreams. Still a little bit, and she will fall asleep directly on a table. It was made a camp cot bed for her here in the kitchen, and she at once has fallen asleep as killed. The time already was later. I should already go to bed, but this turmoil, the adults have forgotten about me. I looked on ALLA in all eyes and silently hear their conversation. I tried to myself to present as she one goes in the commodity car and sleeps on a street. It became terrible. At last, all businesses have done, and all of us send to sleep. I lay near to the grandmother, and all thought, what courageous this ALLA. I, for anything, have not gone in the commodity car, and one would not sleep on a street. So, behind these ideas, I gradually have fallen asleep. Chapter 3. The School Life Continue. 3.1. First Summer Vacations. My friend Larissa. At the beginning of April, the father had left Lvov. He still had a vacation, but decided to spend some time in Moscow before leaving for the north. In Moscow, his mom and younger sister lived. My mother chose to go with him too. They have taken with themselves Mila, Toma, and Vitya to see the grandmother in Moscow. I was so sad because I would like to go with them too, but I should go to school. They promised me that I would go when I have a vacation. After a short time, Mom came back home to Lvov and Dad went to his north. I envied my sisters because they have a lot of trips. They have been travel by train and ship, and the flight by plane. They have seen Moscow. Summer vacations have come. The whole day we spent outside. It was sunshine and warm weather. Our neighbors' boys and girls were coming, and we played games. We very much liked to play with a ball or to jump through a rope. This summer, I got one more friend. Her name was Larissa. She lived in a large house at the beginning of our street, together with her grandmother and mother. I never heard about her father. Larissa and her relatives never mentioned him in their conversation. At that time, I was small to be interested in these questions, and I never asked her. I liked to come to them in their house. The layout of that house was very different from mine. There were steps, which lead to the front door. The back door was opened to a large garden. Like many houses in our district, the house was built before the war, and the owner did not have time to complete it. Larissa's family, as well as our one, had arrived from Central Russia. In that time, after the war, the government moved some Russian population from Russia to western Ukraine. It was a political purpose. The government gave that people place to live. Larissa's mother worked as a doctor in a hospital and was always busy at work. Larissa was a few years older than me. She attends a different school far from home. Her school was located in a large beautiful building, and she was proud of her school. You can always smell medication in their house, and Larissa often had a warm compress on her neck. She had a sore throat constantly. I think her grandmother and mother simply were reinsured and too sponsored her. She seems to be such an adult, and I tried to listen to her. Often we spent time reading books and then discussing one. During summer vacation, we assigned to read books, which were in the school's curriculum. Her mother and grandmother were rigorous, and I a little afraid of them. Larissa had 2 thick braids, which meander on her shoulders. We were good friends. But a few years late, when I already studied in middle classes, whether in 6th or in 7th grade. Her family has changed an apartment and has moved to the center of the city. Our ways were dispatched, but I still keep in my memory that family, which was so different from other families, who surrounded me. They had some spirit as old Russian intelligence. I memorize, one time. Larissa's mother has bought 2 tickets to an opera and ballet theater. I was in the 4th grade and Larissa in 6th. As now I remember, we watched ballet, Corsar. This ballet was a serious performance for adult people. For us, it was the first experience. Nobody told us reading libretto before watching a ballet. At first, we sat silently and looked at a stage, nothing understanding. Then it became annoying. On a stage, all-time dance and nothing more occurs. From there was nothing to do, we drive by eyes around, review furniture and public. The auditorium sparkled by gilding and velvet of armchairs. On us, it has made a more significant impression than performance. It was feeling any special festiveness and solemnity. This feeling remained with me forever. Subsequently, I often liked to come to this theater. The visit to this theater was a holiday in our routine life, super-induce us above the ordinary. In the 1980 year, this theater had closed for restoration. And almost the same time I have left this city. I very much regretted that I could not see this theater after renovation. But destiny had presented me such an opportunity, and I shall tell about it later. At last, the performance was completed, and our misery ended too. We have returned home and not having understood what we watched. But when we were asked about the impression, Larissa and I have answered, yes, we understood this ballet and liked it so much. But it was not true. Late then, I have grown. I wanted once again to see this ballet, but it has removed from performance for some reason. So I have not found out about it. It was my first acquaintance with high art, and it was connected with Larissa and her family. After they moved to another apartment, our friendship could not proceed because they lived too far from me. We were still small to overcome these distances on public transport. But when we have grown, I sometimes visited them. That is interesting. The arrangement of rooms in an apartment was the same as in their old house. Except, their apartment was on the 4th floor, and there was not a wonderful backyard. One good advantage, they lived in the center of the city, it was prestigious and convenient. Last time, I have seen them in the 1972 year. At that time, Larissa was already married. She had some complex attitudes with her husband. They have a 4-year-old daughter. I have not seen her daughter because she was treated in sanatoriums. She had the same problem with a throat as your mom. Larissa had graduated from medical school and became a doctor, as well as her mother. She worked in a prison hospital. Her mother and grandmother became elderly, but the spirit of intelligence, old Russian intelligence, has remained in this family. 3.2. New teacher. Political changes in the country. We start the 2nd grade with a new teacher. Her name was Ida Arkadievna. Our first teacher, Olga Pavlovna, has moved to another city. We very much missed our first teacher. For the first time, we very intently have considered our new teacher, and then have got used, have made friends and did not apart with her up to 5th grade. It was in March 1953 year, the typical school day. Already has rung out a bell and we sat at our desk. Everybody did something. One was pulling out the books from a bag. Someone was finishing the homework, or was talking to the neighbor. In a classroom has come Ida Arkadievna. She seemed what she was unusually excited. We have risen as usual, welcoming her. Children, she had said, shivering voice. Today, all our people have comprehended the deep mourning. Our dear leader and teacher, the comrade Joseph Vissarionovich Stalin has died. And she had begun to cry. All of us have started to cry also. In a classroom, it stood continuous roar. It proceeded for some minutes. Then all have calmed down, and Ida Arkadievna had said, "Children, have a seat." All of us obediently have sat. Now, when all of us have deep mourning, we should dress mourning ribbons. Please tell your parents that they have made for you small bows from red and black ribbons. These bows you will pin up on a breast. Children, today we shall read the book Memoirs of the Colleagues and Friends about the comrade Stalin, our teacher continued. That day we were small to understand that had taken place in our country. But this picture, when we together with our teacher cried about death of Stalin, and all Soviet people sincerely experienced this loss, had remained with me through all life. The people were frightened of the future without Stalin. The subsequent history and the political events occurring in the country after Stalin's death have lowered him from a high pedestal, but that day the country experienced sincerely. Within 1 year in government, the persistent struggle for authority was conducted. Politics is always a dirty kitchen. At last, in 1954, the first secretary of the Communist Party was elected. He became the main person in the Soviet Union automatically. It was Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev. With his conduction, there were a lot of changes in the country. After rigid Stalin government, icebreak has come. Gradually we're rehabilitating and are released from prisons and camps some political prisoners, which have undergone to reprisals in Stalin times. In cities, housing was extremely scarce, and 5-story buildings of simplified layouts with small kitchens, adjacent rooms, and a combined bathroom and toilet began to be built at an accelerated pace. These buildings have received the name Khrushchevki until these days. It was left in the past Stalin's style of buildings with ornaments on front, the large rooms and high ceilings. But the people were glad. Khrushchevki, many of them still lived in communal apartments as roommates, or in semi-basement and cellars. The problem of getting a place for life always remained a huge problem in our country. In Ukraine, there has been constructed a new automobile factory, which began to let out small displacement, somewhat not the expensive automobile, Zaporozhetsi. People called this vehicle the automobile for the middle-class people. Nikita Sergeyevich begins to travel in the world. That was unusual because Stalin never made. Nikita Sergeyevich was not a very intelligent person. One time he shocked all public. He had removed his boot and knocked by it on a tribune at a session of the United National, declaring, thus, that we shall show them, Kuskini's mother, meaning the United States of America. We had begun to catch up and to overtake America on manufacture, pig iron, the release of the students, etc. on a unit of the population. Once being in America, Nikita Sergeyevich has found out that corn gives large crops and is an excellent forage for cattle. On returning home, it ordered all chairmen of collective farms to plant only corn. The corn became queen of fields. About corn put songs. The corn was the leading participant of all celebratory representations and performances. But on fields of our country, it did not give such crops, as in America, whether the ground did not suit, whether the climate is colder. Only Queen of Fields gave a completely not high crop. And chairman of collective farms, in the eagerness to execute the instructions, first, have let out from attention to those cultures, which tradition plant on our soil. Nikita Sarjevich, not ceasing to consider himself as the genius of agriculture, has rushed to fling open virgin land of Kazakhstan. Also, there have gone echelons, volunteers Komsomol, to lift a virgin land. There, where the Kazakhs since the beginning of time pasture herd of sheep, rams, have hooted of a tractor. There were no pastures. There was no forage for an animal. But the virgin land continued persistently to accustom with the enormous expenses material and human sources. Nikita Sarjevich has also permitted to give out passports to the people, who lived in collective farmers. It was a very progressive innovation, as in Stalin times, people in collective farmers could not have the passport, and by that, their moving was limited. The passport was issued only with the permission of the chairman of the collective farm and in the case of admission to study in the city. People in the collective farm were as slaves. The passport was the primary document in our country. This progressive undertaking had turned back, as always in our country, new unpredictable complications. The people have begun to leave from collective farms. Especially youth were arranged on any job, lived in apartments, in hostels, reached by buses, suffered any deprivations they desire to live in the city. In the city, you have worked your allotted time at a factory, and you can go to the movies, to dance, or somewhere else. In the city, life was more convenient than in a village. In a village, people had unlimited and very heavy manual work. Inside houses, there is no water, bathroom. It is necessary to heat by firewood or coal. The movies are brought one time per week or month, and there were old movies. Generally, it was a big difference between life in town and village, light and darkness. The youth from the village escaped, and in a village remained only older people. Who to work to? Who to feed the city to? On asphalt, the bread will not grow. And the towns were inflated from an overabundance of the population. White bread began to disappear from counters of grocery stores. The same thing began to happen with other row. And again, the country has become a too political crisis. It was Sunset Khrushchev's government. Here I have run a little forward and have told about events of the middle 1960 years. But in the middle 50th, there was only the beginning and dawn of his government. 3.3. The school life proceeds. Year by year, grade by grade hour, after Second War, generation became grown. The winter replaced summer, summer, winter. The winters in Lvov in that time were snow, and we put a ski and rushed on a small hill, which was nearby. Grandmother bought me skates, sneguroshki. They should have adhered to felt boots. They often fell, moved on felt boots in the different parties. To be rolled on them certainly was inconveniently, and we did not have a real ice skating rink. Nearby there was a small pond, which freezes in winter. My friends and I took skates, ran to be skate there, and came back home with red cheeks from a frost, pleased and happy. Before New Year, Christmas tree was decorated at school, and we, children, prepared a concert. I grew up an active girl and always participated in these performances. I danced or read poetry. I wanted to sing, But I had neither voice nor ear for music. All the time, I regretted it, and perhaps I still regret that nature deprived me of this gift. I've always had a taste for music. All time I regretted, can be I regret till now, that nature has deprived me of this talent. To music, I always had a draft. I remember how once my grandmother took me to music school. I have had an interview with teachers, and they have said that I can be enrolling to study to play on the piano. I was almost registered, but a friend of my grandmother advised her not to send me to music school because of my poor eyesight. I think it was a mistake. I had some of the makings. It was necessary to develop them. Perhaps in time, thanks to my hard work, I would have achieved something. Meanwhile, my friends and I were shouting in bad voices. A Christmas tree was born in the forest, or morning paints the walls of the ancient Kremlin with delicate color, and we thought that we sing very beautifully. But I read poetry well and danced with pleasure. At the age of 9, we were accepted as pioneers. It was a very solemn day. We prepared for it beforehand. We bought ties look like a red scarf, badges with a Lenin's portrait of school age, have learned an oath. I am the pioneer of the Soviet Union before the person of my friends solemnly promises. We very much worried, if we suddenly will forget an oath or something we shall confuse, and we many times repeated and repeated these words. We were worried for nothing. All have passed well. An oath we have said precisely, nothing having confused. Our senior comrades, pioneers have tied red ties, and the senior pioneer guide loudly had said the appeal. In the struggle for business Lenin, Stalin, for the business of Communist Party, is ready. Yes, we are always ready. We have answered and have lifted the right hand above a head in salutatory salute. We became pioneers, and our class became a pioneer group. We have chosen the chairman of the group. All groups were divided into 3 links 8 to 10 students. I have had selected as a link guide. On May 19th, the Pioneer Organization celebrates a birthday. On this day in the city, there was a big meeting. Each pioneer group sends the representatives. It was very honorable and dream of each pioneer to be present at such meeting. Our senior pioneer guide had brought to our class 4 invitation cards. 1 ticket has given to me as an active pioneer and good schoolgirl. But suddenly it turned out that one of student did not get an invitation card. How not to give it? She might be offended. And the teacher solves this problem very simply. Elia, please come to me, she calls up. Give me your invitation. You will go another time. This invitation, we shall give back to Mara Kolomitskaya. She has deserved it more than you. I have given back invitation, and hiding tears had left a room. I went in a lavatory and, with shame and insult, cried all break. When I went back home from school, I have a blubbered face, then has disturbed all my family. My mom and grandmother decided to talk to the teacher about this case. I do not know what about they spoke with the teacher, but I think likely, what it there was a not so simple conversation. The mom for these years already had a trip forward to north and back to Lvov. After our father left in the spring of 1952, he began writing to our mother that he missed her and children very much. And mom decided to go to him. She had taken with herself Mila, Toma, and Vidya. I had stayed with my grandmother. Alla also lived in our house this time. She arranged to work at a factory of agricultural machines in a construction group. Same winter, some accident happened with her. As once she had come from a job and had brought purchase. She had bought a sports costume. This purchase she had made without the sanction of my grandmother. The grandmother got angry with her, they fought, and the grandmother told her to leave the house. Allah, there was no place to go. She had returned to the workplace. There was a room for a working group, where they were warmed in a cold time and dried clothes. Allah had kindled by firewood furnace, had thrown coal, and lay down on the bench, the side having leaned to the furnace. She was warmed, had calmed down after an unpleasant conversation and quarrels with the Mom Maria and had fallen asleep. She had dressed a quilted oiled jacket. Jacket, having heated from a furnace at first, began to decay, and then had lit up. Something had woken up Allah from intolerable heat. She seized. The right side of the jacket was in flame. She runs outside and put you in snow, had put out a fire, but the side strongly had scorched. She was bringing an ambulance to a burn hospital. When the grandmother had found out about it, we went to see Allah in hospital. She lay down on a white bedsheet with closed eyes. Her face was pale and only open side blaze as a red fire. It was very terrible to look at all this. Allah had opened the inflamed exhausted eyes, had seen the grandmother, and turned off to a wall. She had not wanted to talk to her. Then I could not understand all depth of her insult on the grandmother yet. The grandmother had left the brat fairing on Allah's nightstand, and we quietly left her room. Our entire way back home, grandmother had not said any word. She is visible experienced that then she was an overreaction and have banished Allah from the house on the street in the winter. But Allah itself was guilty, so the grandmother in ideas justified the act. I was silent too. The whole half year Allah had stayed in the hospital while she was recovering from the accident. She starts to feel better, but scars on a side have remained for the rest of her life. She had not excused to the grandmother. After the hospital, she moved to a hostel at a factory. Last time I saw her when she came to our house to pick her staff, and then she had disappeared for years from our life. 3.4. Aleona Surgery. Last year in an elementary school. In the spring of 1954, the mom again came back from North to Lvov. I already graduated from 3rd grade, turned to 10 years old. I get used to the idea that the mom leaves and comes back, that she always takes only Mila, Toma, and Vidya with her to trip, and I remain with the grandmother. Sisters and brother have grown up. Mila last November was turned 7 years old, and this autumn, she will go to the 1st grade. Toma in March, 5 years old, and Vidya turn on his 4th-year-old. The mom suited all younger children in daycare. This daycare was close to our house. It's belonging to an agricultural machine factory and accepted children of the workers at the factory. The mom went to a municipal government and had achieved that our children have taken. The mom had privileges as at the wife, for which the husband works on the far north. This daycare was a 1-story small house, but there was a large courtyard with a game platform. At that time, our family experienced difficulty with a row. Money that the father sent to us sufficed on 1/2 month. The family was large. The day, when we received money, was a large holiday for us. This day mom bought sour cream and to all of us got till a half glass. Usual, our breakfast was a children's nutritious flour. It looks like a shabby rich cereal. I recollect one episode. I already went outside, and here calls me Mila. Elia, go to eat a children's nutritious flower. And the mom speaks her as though we're confused. Mila, why you shout so loudly, the neighbors will hear. It was a shame to the mom that the neighbors knew as badly we feed. We children somehow did not worry about Ro. We wanted some goodies, but we knew that it was costly, and we always looked forward to the day of receiving money as a holiday. I should notice that mom this summer began to gain weight so fast. The abdomen has grown, and I have understood that I will have one more sister or brother. From a friend of mine, I already knew that children are not finding among cabbage fields or bring by storks, as adults deceived us. Children are born. I only did not know, as there is this process. I stuck with these questions to the grandmother, to the mom. But they were finished by me by jokes. And once I casually have heard, as the grandmother at my presence said to someone. At her, the stomach had become torn, and the child had appeared. Long time I was sure. That all occurs and assured of it a friend of mine while certainly had not grown and had not understood. What it there was my grandmother joke. So, our mom expected one more child. It was a charming girl, which I have grown fond of all soul. We have named her Aleona. The mom wanted to call her Luba, but we have insisted on Aleona. Aleona and I have 10 years apart in our age, and consequently, I already as an adult help mother to take care of Aleona. I washed her clothes pampers, ironed it, rocked to sleep, but she, in any way, did not want to fall asleep. I licked the sparse hairs on her head. I very much liked this small sister. The grandmother also had become attached to this girl. Unfortunately, almost in 1 month after Aleona's birth, the grandmother tore a cherry from a tree and had fallen from a ladder. She broke a leg. Her leg was put in a plaster cast for the whole month. She moved into the house with the help of a chair, using it instead of a spike. The mom usually brought the baby in our room, put near to the grandmother and spoke. Please watch your granddaughter. I engage in this business also. So they lay next to each other, small and old with the broken leg both helpless. Grandmother at that time turns to 63 years old. She was some more very vigorous woman, and with good health. The only leg had not moved. After 1.5 months, the doctor took off the plaster, and the grandmother again had risen on both legs. But that time I got sick. One evening I went to sleep, and among night had woken up from an intolerable pain in a stomach. The first time I felt pain at the right side of a stomach somewhere below, and then the pain had risen above and above, and it seemed that each section in my body hurts. I could not sleep anymore. Grandmother did not sleep certainly. We could not wait morning time. When the morning showed, the grandmother took me to the children's doctor. The doctor fielded my stomach and had spotted that I had an attack of appendicitis. Urgently have given a direction in hospital on surgery. The mom brought me to a hospital. While we would wait in reception, a pain had gone. Maybe because I was so scared expecting surgery. The doctor examined me again. Then, they changed my clothes to hospital clothes, and the same evening I had surgery. They had taken me to a surgery room and put me on a table. They had fastened my hands and legs to a table. I have asked do not fix a hand. I promised to be good. It became very terrible. A circle me was only unfamiliar people. They have imposed on my face a mask. I started to experience difficulty in my breath. I choked. I have tried to break this mask from the face, but someone's hands strong held my hands. And suddenly, for a moment, I seemed to go somewhere with the table and fell into a deep black abyss. I came to oneself on a bed in a hospital room. The surgery was behind. Very much, it would be desirable to drink. In a mouth, all had dried up. I have moaned and have asked to drink, but drink after surgery was impossible. All right part of a stomach was in pain. The night seems infinite. In the morning, my relatives come to see me, but nobody was let come to my room. I have received a small message and some faring from them. In the hospital, I have stayed the whole week. I started slow recovery, and these terrible hours on the surgery table and that long night have left in the past. But that fear of the choking and smell of a mask had remained in my memory for a long time. I have returned home, and more than a week when having bent half and half, as an old lady. Ida Arkadievna, my teacher, visited me at home. "Well, how do you feel?" she had asked me. "It is already much better. I already want to go to school. It bothered me to stay at home," I answered and imploringly glanced on the adults. "I think," Ida Arkadievna addresses to the mum and grandmother, "let Elia stay at home for all this quarter. I am afraid if somebody casually will push or will strike her. Children are children. Do not be worried about the study. During the winter vacation, I will tutor with her and help her to the catch-all. She is a smart girl, and she will catch everything very fast." All the second quarter I have stayed at home. With each day, I felt better. A doctor has taken off seams, but have said that I still have restriction do not jump and run, to lift weights. I have a desire to take my youngest sister on arms, but I could not. She has grown day by day and became more interesting. She already smiled at me, trying to talk to me in her language. During winter vacation, I went to Ida Arkadievna home. She helped me to catch up missed. Arithmetic was given to me quickly, and I, without effort, solved all problems and tasks. In the Russian language, I should learn rules to write words and sentences. I made up all my missing in third quarter. I began together with all students of my group, does not have lagged from them. It was last year at our school. It was a school only for 4 grades, and in the 5th grade, we should go to another school. At the end of the academic year, we had 2 tests, arithmetic and Russian dictation. On arithmetic, I have received excellent, and on a dictation, good. I always managed to make a mistake in the spelling of words. It was my first time final test. How much will it still be in my life? After all, we had a graduation party. For this day, my grandmother asks our neighbor to sew a nice apricot color silk dress. In a classroom, there have moved apart desks and have put tables with cakes, fruit, and drinks. Through open windows, it was a smell blossom syringe. All around were so festively, the joyful and smiling parents. Everyone congratulates our teacher on the first release at this school. The director congratulates us on the graduations and does not forget to give us manuals on all subsequent life, that we have not dropped honor of our school. We listen carefully, and it seems to us that we are already so old and experienced, but in fact, we are only 10 years old. We want the festive part to end quickly, and we had the opportunity to get to the delicacies that were on the tables. So, one of the milestones in life has been passed. 10 years of life are behind us, in which there were a carefree childhood and the first 4 years of school life. All this has already become a thing of the past. What lies ahead? Chapter 4. From Childhood to Youth. 4.1. Choosing a next school. In 1955 I had graduated from elementary school. At the end of the 4th grade, we were given a report card. There were only 2 B on the Russian language and drawing and rest A from all subjects that we studied. I liked mathematics at most. In the 5th grade, we should start in another school. The school, to which belongs our school district, was far away from my home. To get this school, I should take public transportation, a tram or trolley bus. That time in our city just was started using a trolley bus. The truth, the ticket on a trolley bus cost more expensive than on a tram. Therefore there was more often used a tram, but the tram stop was much farther from our house. One day in June, my grandmother and I went to that school to enroll myself. At once, I did not like one. It was settled down in a gloomy cold building on a bustling street. All schools in our country were called numbers. The number of this school was 33. Grandmother filled out enrolling papers. People in the office asked us to come back in the last week of August to find out a schedule. Okay, this business is done. Ahead was a summer vacation. Once grandmother comes from shopping and calls me. Elia, I have good news for you. I just have met Nick's mother, and she told me that soon in our area will be open a new Russian school. Nick was my classmate. I see you did not like that school number 33. Frankly speaking, me too, continued grandmother. Also, it is located far from our house, not convenient to get it every day, and too big worried for me. Granny, where there will be this new school locates? I have asked with interest. In the same location where is now Ukrainian school number 51. Ukrainian school will be moved at a new location on Kulparkovskaya Street, and in the existing building will be open Russian school. Nick's mother told me a number of this school. It is 61. This time this school locates in the same building as school number 1 on the 4th floor. It will be moved to our location after school number 51 will be moved to a new building. Indeed, I was delighted very much. I knew where a Ukrainian school locates. It was close to our street, and it is not necessary to go neither tram nor trolley bus. The school was located on Shade Small Street in an impasse. A nearby school was a large stadium, where we sometimes ran with my friends to play in a ball. Granny, is it the truth? When Nick's mother knows it? I have begun to doubt. I do not know when, but she told me that they already had transferred documents to school number 61. Tomorrow we can go and transfer your documents to that school too. Not postponing this business in a long box, the next day, we have gone at first to school number 33 to take the documents. The documents have given back to us without any inquiries. They already knew about opening a new school in our area. And then we went to search the school number 61. At first, we could not find and came into school number 1. There we have prompted that school number 61 is in the same building on the 4th floor, but the entrance is from a courtyard. The attendant has helped us and shown a way to go to a courtyard. There we have found an entry on the 4th floor. My documents have been accepted. The grandmother had asked the secretary when school would be moved in a new location and whether there will be it before the beginning academic year, and she got answered that all will depend on builders. No reliance, what it will be till September 1st, but we will welcome to come at the end of August and find what will happen. So, the problem with the school was solved. 4.2. Trip to Almonovo. This summer, the grandmother decided to visit her motherland, Almonovo. I was very excited about the trip and asked her to take me with her. Close to our street passed a railway track. Always when I heard hooters of steam locomotives and the clip-clop of carload wheels, in my heart woke up a desire to go in faraway countries, especially in the summertime. A few weeks late, we started our trip. Trip to Almonovo takes a few days. First of all, we should take a train to Kiev, and then change train up to Voronezh and then another train to Almonovo. We have reached Kiev safely. When we took off from the train and have come inside Kiev station, I stuck with its sizes. The station was in a few times bigger than ours in Lvov. Kiev is the capital of Ukraine. Here converge many roads, and consequently the station hooted as a beehive. The people buzz there, here. They dragged heavy bales, suitcases. The porters shouted, offering help. My grandmother started to look for a booking office because we were needed to punch our ticket for the next train. At first, we went on the platform. Then by stairs, we went up to the next floor, have passed through long transition, and then fabulous panorama has opened. The large marble stairs conducted downwards in a spacious hall and to an exit outside on the street. Huge human crowds moved on this hall. The entrance door was opened, often letting in and letting out groups of the people. I was frightened to be lowered downstairs in these crowds. Appear that these crowds can eat up and crush me. I firmly have seized in grandmother's hand and did not release it until then, while we have not got in a cashier's hall. In a cashier's hall were many windows. There were a lot of people, which made a long line to each window. Summer is the full time for the railway stations. This is vacation time. We have found a particular window, where sell and punch tickets in direction what we need, and stopped at the line. The line was very long and very slow. At last, after 3 hours, we have approached a cashier. Our train to Voronezh will be departed late in the evening. We had a lot of free time. We have returned to a passenger hall, have found free seats, have sat, and put our luggage beside the seat. We have got hungry and decided to have a snack. We had some roe in our roe bag. After having a snack and take rest, I began to wander in the hall. But soon it became bored for me, and I began to ask the grandmother to let me go to the center of the city. At first, grandmother in any way did not want to allow me to go. She was afraid that I miss in an unfamiliar place. But I asked her very much, and she let. I took a tram from the railroad station and stopped at the Kreshchatyk, the main street of Kiev downtown. In Kiev, I have been for the first time, and Kreshchatyk has struck my imagination. A wide straight street stretched on a few kilometers. Along the street, there are many beautiful chestnut trees. There were a few shaded places and small ice cream and snack shops. On the opposite side, there was a hugest 4-stores central department store occupied the whole block. I went inside this store. The eyes ran up from the goods exposed on counters. But my attention was attracted, indeed, with the escalator, running stairs, as I have named it for myself. I stepped on a step, and it carried me upward. It was as in a magical fairy tale, all time upwards, more close to stars. So I have reached the 4th floor. To go back, I should use stairs because backward escalator did not work for some reason. Enjoying novelty surrounding me, I have not noticed as the time has passed. It was necessary to come back to the station. At 11 o'clock in the evening, our train has departed the Kiev station and started to carry us on the east. I looked through the window on twinkle lights and said, "Goodbye, Kiev." A few minutes late, wheels of our train clattered on the bridge, and we saw a wide, full-flowing river. It was the Dnieper. His dark, dense waters carried the set of different sizes of ships, which sparkle fine lights in the darkness of night. It was an amazing show. In Lvov there were not rivers. There was one small river, which has hidden underground. It was a long way from Kiev to Voronezh. We stayed on the train all night and all the next day. Late evening we arrived in Voronezh. During travel, we have had neighbors in our compartment. It was the woman with the 5-year-old girl, mother and daughter. They went to visit their relatives, who lived in Voronezh. This woman has invited us to stay with them in Voronezh for a few days. At first, my grandmother disavowed as was inconvenient to disturb unknown people. But this woman persuaded us very much. The grandmother has agreed. These people have appeared very hospitable, and we have stayed at their place for the whole week. The grandmother knew this city well. This city was very much destroyed during the war and built up. Some new areas were under construction. The city was expanded. My grandmother memorizes what in this city. In one of the nursing homes lived my grandmother's husband Michael's sister, Aunt Polina. The grandmother has decided to find and visit her. After long searches and inquiries, we have found this place. This nursing home locates on the coast of the Voronezh River, among pine trees. Aunt Polina, a small, tiny old lady, was 12 years older than my grandmother. She shared her room with another 2 old women. For the first time, Polina has not recognized my grandmother. They did not see each other for many years. And then, she had appeared. She clapped her hands and cried. "Yes, whether are you, Maria? How did you came here and found me? I never expected to see you anymore. I heard from someone you have left Almonovo a long time ago and live somewhere away on Ukraine." "Yes, I live in Lvov. I have not been here for a long time. But I missed my motherland all time, and this year decided to make a trip and show granddaughter my native land." The grandmother continued, "Polina. Let me introduce my granddaughter Elia, Nadia's daughter." The grandmother Polina, examining me, exclaims, "Oh, she is already grown and looks similar to Nadia. Well, tell me, Maria, about your life, about Nadia. How is your life there?" And the conversation has begun to flow between them. I think they had common enough to talk about. I did not listen attentively to their conversation, only heard sometimes their exclamations, and as lives, and them already know alive. They so have taken a great interest in a conversation, that it seemed to have forgotten about me. I began to examine the room. The room was of the average size, painted in light blue color. There were 3 beds, nightstands beside each one, a few chairs, and a table close to the window. There was a wardrobe for clothes. In the far corner of the room, I have seen a wash hand stand. The neighbors of the Aunt Polina were not in the room. They went for a walk after breakfast. At last, my grandmother and Aunt Polina have had a good long talk and have recollected me. "Let's go to the beach," the Aunt Polina has said. "Let's take a blanket. We shall sit. We shall warm old bones under the sun." The river was not wide and quietly has rolled the waters. The only easy wind played its waves. I have asked for a swim. To be honest, I did not know how to swim. Nobody taught me. In Lvov, we had no place to study. I was shown one time how to swim, dog style, and have gone to water and started to swim. To my surprise, I could swim. I have felt so pleased to be floating, and I had forgotten about everything, swimming ahead and ahead. Suddenly I have heard my grandmother disturbing voice. "Elia, where are you swimming? I guess I was visible already far has got. This call has frightened me. I have lost balance and have taken waters. It is frightened I have turned back and started to swim faster as possible back to the coast. I have reached land safely, but after that, I through all my life have a fear of water. Since then, I am never to swim in depth. I am panic-stricken depths and nothing I can do with myself. I think if my grandmother did not frighten me at that time, I would be no at me this fear. The Aunt Polina has invited us to dinner. She took us to their dining room. She has said to manager, we are her guests and have arrived from far. When the manager has found out about it, she has invited us to tour around. She, with pride, drove us on all premises. The house was well equipped at that time. It was cozy and warm for elderly people there. They have fed us with a very tasty dinner. After dinner, we should leave. My grandmother and Aunt Polina hugged each other with tears in their eyes. Maybe it was their last time when they had seen each other on this earth. Who knows? In Voronezh, the grandmother has bought a lovely dress for me, in flowers print and short sleeve. I very much liked this dress and called it my Voronezh dress. It was the same bright as well as my first travel to this city. After 1 week, we have continued our way in Almonovo. At first, we have come to my maternal relatives, and they have offered us to stop at their place. There I have met my other grandmother Akulina, my mom's birth mother, and a few aunts, my mother's sisters. They lived in a small house in suburban. There was one large room, a small kitchen, and a small hall. Additional to this house was attached another small premise. Aunt Nina with her family and grandmother Akulina occupied a large room. In a small attached place lived another aunt, Aunt Raya. She was singles. Aunt Nina had just one son. His name was George. At that time, he was 16 years old. My grandmother and I stayed in the same large room. The grandmother Akulina was 15 years older than my grandmother and has seemed to be very old. Almost all this time that we stayed with them, she lay down on a bed. It was the first time I met another grandmother. I have had from my mother some about her, but not too much. My mother told me that grandmother Akulina had among her relatives famous Russian poetess, Svetava. It was terrific, but at that time, my mind interested friends my age more. It was pleasant to me that I have had such an adult cousin. I always dreamed of a senior brother. Here in a courtyard were many boys and girls, and some of them have appeared as my cousins. We ran, played ball and hiding. It was much more interesting than to sit and listen to tiresome conversations of the adults. Around the house, there was a large garden. There were a lot of berries and fruit. Truth, the apples were still greenish and sour, but it was tasty for us. There was brood hen, which drove behind herself hatch of chickens. They were such fluffy and very quickly ran behind the mom. I have caught one. He squeaked. Suddenly I heard behind myself noise and malicious cackle. It was brood hen. She ran to me, intending to protect the nestling. It was frightened me, and I have omitted a chicken on the ground and beginnings run from that place. It was a good lesson that does not catch chickens from brood hen anymore. There were also 2 small pigs and goat. Adults forced me to drink goat milk, but I did not like one since early childhood. It was exciting to observe of pigs, as they are direct with hoofs climbed up in feeder and appetite champed the meal. Almost every day we ran to the river. It was near the house. The river was rather narrow and dirty. Another river more full and clean was farther from a house about 3 miles. We sometimes went to that river. Almonovo was a small ancient city. In mine perception is more similar to the village. I have got used that in the city are the multi-story houses, the trams, trolleybuses, and there are theaters and many cinemas. In Almonovo were only buses for public transportation, which brought people from the center of the city to the railway station. At all, there were no theaters, the most one-store houses with gardens. But all this was pleasant to me. I have got many friends and relatives. Time passed quickly, and a return road imperceptibly has approached. In Almonovo, we stayed for 3 weeks. 1 week we lived at my mother's relative's house, and another 2 stayed at my grandmother's friend's house. Finally, we returned home in Lvov after a monthly absence. I had joyful on my soul. The travel was very interesting. I had many new impressions. I thought to bring my feelings to my sisters. The first who met us at the gate was Mila and Toma. "Do you already have returned?" they have said in one voice with disappointment. "It was good without you. The mom bought a lot of candy for us." I was taken aback from such a meeting and ceased to want to speak with them about our trip. We have come into the house, and I was delighted to see my youngest sister. Aleona has grown up for this month. She stood on her feet in her bed very well and even tried to walk. I have taken her out, has omitted on a floor, and beginnings to walk her in a room. The mom with the grandmother silently discusses something about the trip. 4.3. Beginning of academic year at new school. The summer ended. Time to go to school was coming. Again as repeat each September 1st, the streets were filled joyful, nicely dressed up boys and girls. Children who went first time to school were frightening and firmly hold hands of their mom or dad who supervised them and carefully carried new school bags. Opposite, senior students were solidly and slow go to school. There already was not a first academic year for them. For some, it was the beginning of last school year. And for my classmates and me, it was the 5th school autumn. I met my classmates at the bus stop. The builders did not finish a new building for the Ukrainian school on time, and consequently, our school number 61 remained in an old place for a while. To get it we should take a public bus. The bus has approached. We, with laughter, have got into it. The bus was overcrowded, but the passengers have moved, allowing us to get in. Our parents have remained at a bus stop and waved to us. We were already grown up enough to go to school without the supervising of the parents. The school courtyard hooted from a set of voices. There was its own place for each grade. I found the place for my 5th grade. The 5th grade was divided into 2 classes. A and B began roll call, and children became pairs. My former classmates were in the list's 5th B class. Roll call was done, but I have not heard my surname. Maybe I missed it. I have approached the teacher, who made roll call for 5th B, and asked her about my name on the list. She overlooked the list, but she did not find me there. At the same time, the school bell started to ring out, and all students have begun to enter into the building. Okay, go in 5th B classroom. Teacher has said to me, we figure out late. Our first lesson at the new school has begun. It was the lesson of the Ukrainian language. A few minutes late, teacher has come to our classroom. It was the same woman who made roll calls in the courtyard. She was middle-aged, with smoothly combed back and assembled in a bunch of black hair with a little gray. She was tall, a little above the average, and dense constitution. "Hello, children," she has said. "Have a seat. I congratulate you on the beginning of the new academic year at a new school. We do not know each other yet, but I hope that we will very soon be good friends. I am your class chief. My name is Anastasia Gerasimovna. I will teach you the Ukrainian language and literature and conduct tutoring work in your class. I will try to answer all your questions, which will arise at you during the study. I shall help you to solve your problems. Therefore, you not hesitate it, and please address me all your unsolved questions. I shall be your school mom. In the 5th grade, you will expect many changes," continued our teacher. "There will be many new subjects and many different teachers. At the end of the school year, you will have examinations. You will begin from this academic year to study a foreign language. At our school, it is English. Do you have any questions?" she had asked us at the end of her speech. The children were silent. Questions were not arising yet. "It is good. If you do not have questions, we shall begin a lesson of the Ukrainian language. Open, please, notebook, and write down the theme of a lesson." This day we had 6 lessons. On breaks between lessons, we got acquainted with the school. It was only 1 floor, school rooms, teacher's room, director's office, pioneer room, small buffet. Onto a school courtyard. We went only on the large break, because it took time to go down and back on the 4th floor. For us, got used to our small school number 59. This school had seemed large and noisy. In the new school, we liked everything, especially the lesson of physical culture. The teacher of physical culture had said that for this lesson we should wear sports clothes and comfortable footwear. Gumshoes. During the previous 4 years, I was exempted from lessons of physical culture. In childhood, I had problems with my heart. Doctors found noise and defined as a defect of the heart. I had special treatment and stayed at the hospital for a while. For this lesson, we went to a stadium of the next Polytechnic Institute. We run, jumped, and played ball. It was an enjoyable time, and I liked it very much. When I came back home after school, I firmly have declared that I do not need any exempt. My heart does not disturb me anymore, and I like to attend this lesson. I want to be engaged in physical culture, and I do not want to feel the detriment of one's health or exclusiveness. So I have defended the decision to be involved in physical culture and was right. After the first day at a new school, we came back tired but joyful and excited. Additional to all other things, my inkwell has begun to flow. In those years, we still wrote by pen using ink and carried with us an inkwell with ink in special clothes bags. I have Spiel ink on my new white apron. It was mess around me, but happiness on my face. The next day we continued to get acquainted with new subjects and new teachers. A penultimate lesson was geography. The slender young woman had come in a classroom. She had taken a class roster and has named 3 surnames, including mine. These schoolchildren, she has said, they are in the roster of 5th A class, and the second day they are marked as absent in school. Please, take your things and proceed in the classroom where you should be, she had addressed to us. This teacher was class chief of 5th, and also taught students geography. We have taken our things and went to a new classroom. My seat was far away at the penultimate desk next to a window. I had weak sight, and all time tried to sit at a first desk not far from a class board. That seat was not comfortable for me. In a classroom stood of a rumble of voices. It was began roll call. The teacher has named a surname very similar to mine. I have risen, but at the same time, there was also another girl. Then again have named a similar surname, but now there was a boy from the first desk. At last, she has named my surname. All my former classmates have remained in the other class. Here I did not know anybody, and I felt very lost. The last lesson was geography. The teacher, already familiar to me, had come in. I knew that her name was Tamara Mikhailovna. After the lesson was finished, I came to her and have asked to change my seat closer to the board because of poor eyesight. She said that tomorrow at the beginning of lessons, she will try to help to solve this problem. Having returned home, I told the mom and grandmother that I was written down in the list 5th A class, and today at the end of lessons have moved in a new classroom. I am not like to be in a new class, I complained. All my former classmates stay in B. Well, what we shall do, Nadia. Let's go to the director and ask him to let Elia stay in the previous class? The grandmother asks the mom. What do you want? Mom has addressed to me. I have thought and made a decision. Well, I think it is not necessary to go to the director. I will stay in 5th A. The next day on the beginning of lessons in a classroom Tamara Mikhailovna has come. Students, she has addressed to the schoolchildren sitting at first rows. Who wants to exchange sit with Sharonova Elia, it with me. She has a weak sight, and it is more convenient for her to sit closer to board. A girl from the first desk of a middle row stood up and said that she agrees to exchange with me by seats. My neighbor by the desk was a boy with a surname similar to mine. His name was Juri Sharoniev. The majority of children in this group studied at this school from the first grade and well knew each other. I was new to them. Juri Sharoniev met my appearance next to him with sympathize since the first minutes of our acquaintance and started to pay special attention. We were about 11 years old and already beginning to raise the interest of the opposite sex. It was expressed in timid, furtively sights on an object of sympathy. Who was braver, wrote messages to her sympathy. Boys pulled girls' braids. At corners the girls were whispered, telling the friends the most secret secrets. Delightful, mysterious bourgeon of love arose in our children's souls. The attention Juri was pleasant for me, but it advertised to all groups, and it very much constrained for me. Juri carefully tried to submit me a pen, notebook, to help to take a bag. He tried to stay next to me everywhere, during a lesson as though accidentally to embrace me of shoulders. I started to hear jokes and laughing from the rest of the children. I tried to stop Juri, but it was useless. He did not want to listen to me. So in this way, the first half of the academic year was passing. All autumn and winter, we stayed on the 4th floor at the old location. It was difficult to go to school so far, especially in the wintertime. It was cold outside waiting for the bus. Finally, the 3rd quarter finished. The spring vacation began. this delightful time a spring vacation. March 19th was a holiday. We celebrate Day of Birds. The birds came back to our city after winter habitat somewhere overseas. And it means that there has reached the end of a long winter. Ahead there was a spring and summer, and it means warm and sunny. We made masks and represented different breeds of birds, prepared the large concert. It was very cheerful and exciting. The spring is a special time of year, when all around as though a new wake up to new life. The weather becomes warmer, and already first flowers appear in the forest and on fields. It begins to grow fresh green grass. The air smells the unique aroma of spring. The soul inside body gives a new feeling which calls you somewhere in the blue sky. All around seems such wide spacious. The world was filled with a cheerful and joyful sing of birds. They were very busy. They should have time to arrange the dwelling, to deduce posterity, and teach them how to live in this world. 4.4. Moving in a new building. Birthday of the Pioneer Organization. The last fourth quarter begins on April 1st. One day the news was flown that our future building was already empty, and we shall move soon. On April 4th I came to school a little late. Breathless, I have run in the school courtyard. Ahead was stairs to 4 floors. But what is it? The school courtyard filled with children. Everybody holds something, a geographical map, the globe, or other visual aids. I found my 5th. Hey, what's happened? I asked. We moved to a new building. My schoolmate Svetlana had informed. On the side, I have seen some other classmates. They do not go with us. They leave for other schools, which are closer to their house. Among them, I have seen Yuri Shereniev. He stands outside and sadly waves to me a hand. Goodbye. Will I ever see him again? It's a big city. All lined up and amicably marched to our new place of study. The cars conceded to us a road, and the people around affably nodded heads to us. This day became the birthday of our school, and we annually began to celebrate this day. My former 4-year school number 59 also was jointed to our school. All became a school number 61. Now we had a large 2-storied building with a sports hall, with a vegetable and fruit garden on a silent shady street. On the opposite side was the large stadium of an electrolamp factory, where we spent our lessons on physical culture. And most important, this location was close to my house. I do not need to use a bus anymore to get to school. Only with age, I have estimated as it conveniently, if your job is close to your living place. On May 19th, there was a birthday of the Pioneer Organization. For celebrate this day, it was called a big meeting. To be invited to one, it was a very honor. Once I already was gave the invitation card, but alas then have given back to another girl. But this time I have received the invitation for this holiday. I was among top students, very active in all school events, acted on school holidays, the most time. Our group, where I was a chief, occupied the first place in various competitions. On the morning of May 19th, all who have invited to a meeting were gathering on a school courtyard, and all together went to a tram stop. The meeting should be in downtown. When we got a place, we have head playing music and the sound of children's voices. Apple and cherry trees blossomed by magnificent white-pink color flowers, and among this flamboyance, the children's faces blossomed by a smile and fun. In hands, children had first spring flowers, but brighter than red poppy. Red and the scarlet ties on a breast of the boys and girls trembled on a wind. The solemn sounds pioneers' horns distributed, and the children have begun to stand in the straight line. Have started to sound fanfares, and in the oncoming silence, banner bearers entered into square escorted by drummers. It was a beautiful and exciting show. Follow that a solemn voice chief of meeting rings out. The meeting please is quiet. This is time to give reports. Boys and girls ran to the center and reported to the chief of the pioneers' leader. They reported the name of a pioneer organization, numbers pioneers in the group, and how many children came to the meeting. Finally, the last report was handed over, and after that, its voice rings again. The meeting, please, is quiet. It was time the pioneers' leader report to the chief of a meeting. The report was accepted and was permitted to lift a banner of the meeting. It passed one more minute, and red banner trembles as a red flame on beams under the bright sun. The meeting was open. Many good speeches and congratulations are being sent to address to pioneer organization. There was telling about the achievement of urban pioneer organization, about its cares and problems. It was a lot of speeches, and we already, with impatience, waited for the ending of a solemn part. After the formal part, it should be a celebratory concert at the theater of an opera and ballet. At 3 o'clock, I have returned home, tired, hungry, but very pleased and proud of the themes that I have chosen to participate in such a significant holiday. The next day at school was a lot of conversations about yesterday's meeting. After the last lesson on the political hour, Tamara Mikhailovna has asked us who participated in that meeting, to tell more detail about the impressions. The children listened and sighed enviously. Everyone wanted to attend such a celebration. After May 19th, the end of the school year came very quickly. All quarter tests were written, and all grades for the quarter and year were put on the report card, except 2 subjects. We will be taking exams in the Russian language and mathematics in a week. Mathematics I knew very well and did not worry about the exam, but the Russian language test I always made some stupid mistakes. My school exams. How many more such and more challenging exams will I have to take in my life? The exams handed over, we run over this barrier also. In mathematics, I have received excellent, and on Russian language good. As always, I had an annoying mistake. Ahead were summer vacations. Goodbye school lessons and bells till September 1st. In June we should have a school practice for 10 days working in a school garden, and then we free birds. 4.5. Summer. Daddy is coming for vacation. Pioneer Camp. In the middle of June, the daddy comes from the far north. This time he comes only for 1 month. All of us with impatience waited for his arrival. He was an infrequent visitor. I did not see him for more than 4 years. Then on his first arrival, I was in the 1st grade, now I have finished 5th. The mom and all other children did not see him for about 2 years, because they just left the far north for Lvov 2 years ago. At last long-awaited telegram has arrived. Daddy wrote that his train from Moscow would come a day after tomorrow. All of us prepare for meeting with him. We cleaned the house. Toma and I helped the mom to wipe dust and swept floors. The grandmother makes dinner. Mila stayed in the kitchen and waits when will be ready vegetable soup, which it was her famous dish. Mila was 9 years old, and in November, it will be 10. But she still studies in the 1st grade. She can't study at all. In the first grade, she studied the second year, but till now cannot master reading and math, writes with the big mistakes. Mom and the teacher struggle with her. But all was useless. So in ordinary life, she was the active normal girl. Were not any symptoms of intellectual inferiority. She liked to manage on the house and, with pleasure, helped the mom and grandmother in the kitchen. However, the absence of the ability to study disturbed of the adults. The mom took her to doctors, and they advised to give her a minimum load with school studies. Toma became 7 years old in March. She will go to first grade this autumn. She is waiting with impatience to start the school life, same as me 5 years ago. In the meantime, she and Vidya still go to daycare. Vidya is 6 years old, nice boy with blue eyes, and he does not think yet about school. He plays with neighbors' boys and very much likes when the grandmother takes him with itself to the market. He checks when the grandmother is going to the market and stay beside the gate, waiting for her. When she passes him, he takes her hand and asks the grandmother, "Take me with you to market, please." Vidya, "It is a long way to go by walk. Your feet will be tired." Answer grandmother. Grandmother, "I shall stand. I am strong." Well, it is good, goes to the mom, and says that you will go with me, that she knew and did not search for you. Oh, will you waiting for me? Will not deceive? No, I am not deceiving you. Run. The market was quite miles. Vidya's feet have got tired, but he did not show that. He bravely walks together with the grandmother. Finally, they came. There were noisy hordes of people. Vidya holds grandmother's hand. He was afraid to be lost. All around on counters, a lot different kind fruit was laid out. So it would be desirable strawberry, cherry, but he does not ask to buy, he knows, it is expensive. The grandmother has seen how he looks greed at all this, and silent, but in his eyes was an imploring request. Buy. She becomes a pity him and buys a small amount of cherry. Get some cherry, grandson. Eat. Only do not tell anybody at home that I bought for you, because your mom will abuse, and your sisters will be envoys you. Well, grandmother, I shall say nobody. All necessary purchases made, big and small, do not hurry up, went back home. Vidya was tired but happy and proud to walk beside his grandmother. Our youngest, Aleona, has also grown up. At the end of the summer, she will be 2 years old. She already walks very well, likes to be played with toys and sand, and tries to speak. Very amusing small baby. Today mom is going to meet the daddy at the railroad station. The train arrives in the evening. Therefore, she does not want to take anybody with herself. I ask her to take me. She agrees. To get the railroad station at first, we took the trolleybus and then walk for half a mile. Station. It's always wake up inside me a sensation of wanderings. These scurry crowded of people with luggage there. The voice of the announcer announcing about arrival and left trains. Is the particular world hurrying, shouting, and is not believed that somewhere behind walls of the station there is a city, which lives by the routine life. Announce about the arrival of the Moscow train, and we hurry on the platform. The cars were carried by us, and in one of the windows of the 8th car, I have seen the familiar face. It was the daddy. He waves to us, and we run behind the car. The train stops. At doors, there are appearing passengers. At last, the daddy comes off the car, puts his luggage, and strong hugs us with arms. "Oh, you have grown up," he talks to me. "And you still same beautiful," he addressed to the mom. "Welcome to LVOV," we tell him, and a strong embrace and kiss him. At home, nobody slept yet, except Aleona and Vidya. Rest waited for us. Mila and Toma at once have hung him on his neck. He firmly presses them to himself, sentencing, "I have missed without you. I have yearned." "Hi, mother," he addresses to the grandmother and embraces of her shoulders. "Is here all right? And where is Vidya?" "He is sleeping already," answer grandmother. "Please do not wake him up. I want to see him right now. I want to see how my son already had grown." And he goes into a bedroom. He declined above Vidya's bed. Vidya opens his eyes and hits the father on a cheek. The father was struck dumb from such a meeting, and Vidya with shout through tears says, "Where were you so long? Why at once has it not arrived at us? Why have you forgotten us?" The father begins him to calm, takes on hands, and presses to him. "Looks what I have brought to you. Want to see?" "Yes," through tears, whisper Vidya. The father opens a suitcase and gets a large red truck. The Vidya's eyes extended with happiness. He took a toy, examines it, and tries to open the door of a cabin. So with this toy, he went back to sleep. All of us receive gifts. The daddy forgot nobody. It was a late evening, and all of us were sent to sleep. Almost falling asleep, I hear the silent muffled voices of the adults in the kitchen. I began to notice that the mom since daddy had arrived changed very much. She became nervous, very much up to the hysterics, and often cried that not clearest. She began to smoke, that never before made. Very often, it was possible to hear an angry conversation between mom and dad. Something happened in their relations. The daddy very often could be seen among children, and in others. He has brought the camera and took pictures. Children were around him all time. Everyone would like to have a picture. There was such a sensation that he tries more to be in public and less alone with the mom. It was visible that he likes children, but one thing was not clear for me. He at all did not pay attention to Aleona. He never has taken her on his hands and even pretended that she does not exist. Since he arrived, Aleona's bed had moved to ours with grandmother room. The adults tried that Aleona does not come across his eyes so often. One day Aleona and I sat in a courtyard on the grass. She played with toys, and I read the book. Suddenly Daddy passes by us, and Aleona lasts to him and speaks, "The daddy." He jumps from her voice as from fire, and fast step runs by us. I was looking to him following. What's happened? And after that, I began gradually to understand. Here is some secret, and this secret connected to Aleona. A few days after, Aleona felt a little unwell. Mom took her to the hospital, where she has tested on tuberculosis and has received a positive reaction. The mom has got the permit in Children's Tubercular Sanatorium. We have collected Aleona clothes in a bag. On each item, I have embroidered monograms with her name, and in one morning Mom took her to that sanatorium. I was sad to part with my baby sister. She's such small, helpless, so requires our help and protection, and there around of her will be only strangers. 1 week late, after that, I left for summer pioneer camp. It was my third camp already. The first 2 times I was in camps near my city, in 30 minutes of riding by a bus. There were a lovely place. All full pine trees and a lot of pioneer camps, sanatoriums and houses of rest. Pure air and smell of pine are especially per hot summer day. Many people like to go there to rest in days off. But this time I should go far from home. It should take more than 2 hours to travel by bus. This camp was pleasant to me at once. Near camp, there is a beautiful forest along banks of the large river, named Southern Bug. I have plunged in camp pioneer life, habitual already for me. First, all arrived children were divided into groups, acquaintance with pioneer guide and teacher. Then I found my room and choose a bed. The next morning, we had a morning exercise, and it continues each morning. After morning's exercise, we all gathering on main square of camp for the report and raise the flag. After breakfast, we had free time to read a book, go to the sports recreation area, or to a pioneer room where we could have any games. Also, I liked to help as volunteers to make work over the camp newspaper. Afternoon we had dinner and a small nap. After a nap, there was a snack and more activity. Usually, on the second Sunday of a term was arranged, open camp day. It was a special day in camp. The most children took part in a big celebration concert. We sang, danced, and recited verses. Our parents come to visit us and enjoyed together. On that day usually was prepared a special dinner, a big pie and any kind delicious. I was an active girl and always took part in a concert. This time in camp, I have taken a great interest to play checkers and played very well. Same time I began to study to play chess. But chess has seemed to be very slow and tedious. I more liked to play checkers and read books. Books for me were not just interesting stories. It helped to learn the environmental world. There, in the books, I found the answers for many various vitally situations. I learned examples from my heroes. I have got a special notebook, where wrote down interesting ideas and expressions, studied to bring up a force of will. A small example. It is necessary to do homework, but I have exciting fiction and would like to read. So it would be desirable to find out that there is farther. The hands pulled to open the specified page, but I pull down myself and come back to my homework. Or there is some other case. It's late, and I'm sleepy, but on my desk is a mess, so I force myself to clean it up before I go to bed. It seems that all these trivialities, but our life consists of these trivialities and it is essential to be able to win it. All this was useful to me in subsequent my life. I want to notice that the children's collective is very severe. As against the adult, when with age, the people begin to understand that all in life, not only white and black is set in between, begin indulgently to concern to those or other acts, analyzing and finding explanations to these acts. Children are not able to make it. In children's understanding, the world divided into enemies and friends. There is no condescension even to the slightest offenses, and sometimes rash words and the actions very severely will wound children's heart. I grew by the very susceptible child, and time I had to cry and to feel on myself this cruelty. And then I resorted to the books. It was my closest friend. At them, I searched for consolations and advice on how to live. On Sunday, it was parents' visit day. This day differed from all other days. The regular schedule wholly is broken. Children could go with the parents to the river, to park though all day. The parents brought delicatessen. Since morning children went to the gate and waiting for relatives. It was a very good day. My grandmother arrived in a short time after breakfast. I have asked for a permit to show her our room and all camp. And then I took a blanket, and we went to a far corner of camp territory under shady trees. Nobody was there. It was very quiet around and only was audible as sang birdies and any insects in bushes buzzed. There was a hot summer day. The grandmother has brought some delicates. I liked strawberry in sugar syrup and apple pie. The grandmother was a good pie cook. Grandma, I am so glad that you came today. Tell me, please, what is news at home? I bother the grandmother, trying the pie, brought by her. Please eat, take your time. Neighbors' children do not appear outside. I think they left for summer vacation. One left for camp, and others went to the village to relatives. In our home everything is good. The daddy next Saturday is going to leave. Oh, already leaves, I exclaim, is afflicted. And I even will not say goodbye. And tears of insult filled my eyes. Tell me please about Aleona. Did you go to visit her? One day last week I went to the Row Market, and on the back way, I stopped at that sanatorium. The weather was dull and cool. Children did not were outside. I have asked the nurse, and she has shown me Aleona through a window. Aleona had looked at me without any interest and has turned away. Maybe she already has forgotten me. She is still a small baby. And today, Mom was going to visit her. I have gone to you, and she was going to see Aleona. I began to talk about my camp life. Granny, here is good, but I very much miss our home. Next Sunday we will have a large holiday. Come all. I shall be happy. I do not know about everyone, but I shall come necessarily, the grandmother promised me. Among conversation, the time has run imperceptibly. The sun has passed for midday. I have run for dinner in a camp cafe and have brought a roll, which has given us in the desert. Grandmother started thinking of going in return way because it was late, and she should ride a bus for a few hours. I went with her to a gate, stood, and following looked, as my grandmother slightly spineless went with an empty bag on a dusty road until she has not disappeared behind the turn. I so missed her, and now I should wait for next Sunday to see her again. The next day, on Monday, I was called to a gate of the camp and was said that there my parents had arrived. I could not believe it. It can be mistaken. Only yesterday, there came the grandmother. I have run to a gate, and there the surprise expected me. My mom and daddy stood at an entrance. The pleasure by mine was no limit. I have asked my teacher to leave with my parents, and we went to the park and river for the whole day. The daddy has brought the camera. It was with automatic startup. The daddy previously adjusted it on sharpness, put on startup and run to us. In all photos, we were together. The mom, slim and young as the girl on one side next to me. On the other side daddy, large strong, and on middle I, too slim and with braids. I like time from time to look at these old pictures and to recollect this day up to the smallest details. I remember, the morning of that day was dewy, slight rain and chilly. I even have grasped a coat with myself. But a little late cloud was imperceptibly dispatched. The sun has appeared, and the weather became warmer. The park has resembled more forest. Only paths cleared away. The wood was mixed, grew shapely birches, and near to them, there were mighty oaks, and above the river the willow has dismissed the branches. I am happy that you visited me. It is such a large unexpectedness. The grandmother yesterday spoke to me, that you already leave this Saturday, I addressed to Dad. I was very much afflicted that I cannot be with you and say goodbye. The grandmother has said about it, answered Dad. I have asked her how we can get your camp, and today we are with you. I felt sad that I should leave. Do not say goodbye to you too. It was a perfect day for all three of us. We ran along banks, floundered in the water, laughed, and joked. My parents were similar to large children. All adult cares and afflictions were forgotten in this day. The soul had a rest and was collected of forces. But alas, all have the end and even almost well. Also, and this day has approached the end. With a feeling of sad, I part company with the mom and daddy, especially with the daddy. When will be our next meeting? Likely will be not very soon. My term in summer camp was over. My grandmother came to pick me up. I goodbye to all my friends and teachers, and we went to the bus station to catch a bus. Our bus has approached. Goodbye camp. These 24 days were good here, but ahead of me will my home, which I missed so much. 4.6. The mom leaves to north. The mom planned to stay in Lvov this winter, but at the end of August, she has received an alarming letter from the daddy. He wrote that he was bothered by such a lonely life. They should make a serious decision about their relationship. He wants the mom to come to him, but if she has another idea, they will be divorced. He met another woman. She is very good and pleasant to him and going to be with him if mom refuses to go to him. He needs a wife to be with him. This is very important to him. I'm tired of being a straw widower with a living wife. Like as there is a family and as there is no, he wrote. After receiving this letter, the mom decided to go at once. She bought tickets, and tomorrow should start a long way. On the eve of departure, we have taken Aleona from the sanatorium. It was not easy because the director of the sanatorium did not want to give a permit to take her at home without special permission. She has grown but was not in good health. She had intense diarrhea. They were let to take her overnight to goodbye to mom and after to bring back. The mom was not going to take Aleona with herself. She left her with grandmother and me. At the station, we have gone all. Mila, Toma, and Vitya briskly discussed forthcoming travel. I was sad, part away, and farewell. It is always heavy, such sensation that breaks the link, which connects hearts, and it is very painful. I cried parting and say goodbye to mom in a compartment, cried standing on the platform, and waving after the departing train. Aleona also waved her hand, but her attention was busy with something else. She had not yet realized or felt the pain of separation. The last car flashed by. Everything gone. We have to go home. Chapter 5. My First Waltz. 5.1. 7th grade. A New Year's dancing party. We returned home from the railroad station. It was so silent and empty in our apartment. We felt so lonely, and tears themselves have poured down from our eyes. Aleona, at this time, walked around in a ridiculous yellow mantle and looked like a musketeer. She pulled out from grandmother's purse a change and threw it on the floor. She could not understand why the grandmother and sister are crying. One moment through tears, we took a look, and have seen her surprised eyes and her tiny statuette in this mantle and have burst out laughing. It is necessary to live further. It is needed to take care of this small child to help her to recover and bring up. The money that the mom has left to us was the minimal amount, and the grandmother has decided to have roommates. Roommates gave us additional income. Since I remember myself and while the grandmother was alive, roommates were an integral part of our life. The grandmother never received a pension. A long time ago, before World War II, she worked in Almonovo, but she lost all documents that can give proof of her work. After the war, she did not work. At first, she helped my mother to nurse me, and when I grew, she already became an older age to start to work. Therefore her basic income was roommates. Sometimes she earned money as a babysitter. The mom tried to send money and sometimes parcels to us, but it was not enough to live for all three of us. Food and clothes were costly. I remember I did not like winter, because at that time was needed to wear a lot of clothes. In the summertime it was easier, you need less dress. Only some sandals and a light dress. Our neighbor, Aunt Anna, sewed most of my dresses. She did not charge us too much. But wintertime it was needs warm boots, a warm coat, etc. All these clothes were expensive, and I used it from a garage sale. I felt uncomfortable and shame myself in these clothes because I already have grown and would like to wear nice clothes. But we did not have enough money to do in this way, and I suffered from that. I have already gone to the 7th grade. Last school year, our classroom was full of students, but this year it was less. Many boys left for trade schools. Some students have moved to other areas of the city or, in general, have moved to other cities together with their parents. Life does not stay still. Came to school, we found very sad news. Our chief teacher Tamara Mikhailovna died this summer. It was difficult to realize. She was still young. We very much regret because we liked her very much. I remember one moment. It was in the 5th grade. I came to school very much upset after the next quarrel between the mom and the grandmother. Tamara Mikhailovna had seen that, and on the large break, took me to school buffet, had bought lunch for me, and cautiously began to ask me what happened. This warm participation had touched me, and the tears have dripped on a rolled pie, which I held in my hands. I had told her all my problems and felt much better. She tried me to be calm and promised to talk to my grandmother and mother. Since that day, between her and me, the intimate relations were established. Sometimes I visited her at her home, especially when she was sick. And now she passed away. Sudden illness and death have taken away her and it all have not given to be excused. In my memory, she remained a young, slender woman. This death seems to be very unnatural, and I could not completely understand it in any way. There was nominated other class chief. Her name was Alina Davidovna. She taught the English language. She was overweight, short woman. At heart, she was kind, but she did not have that energy and ardor, which had Tamara Mikhailovna. Before New Year, we have had the New Year's dancing party for senior students. Our 7th grade was invited to this party also. In a sports hall was established large New Year's tree, sparkling from multicolored lights and toys. At first, there was a celebratory concert, and then music has played, and the dances have begun. The hall was at a basement level, and from the 1st floor, there was put a slide on the stairs. Everyone should use this slide to get in New Year's dancing ball. It was hilarious, especially for us. Students and teachers already danced in a hall. Some of my classmates walk around. Others stayed in the classroom talking, and someone was in the hall. I slide already a few times and finally get a hall. At this time have played a waltz. I liked this music and dance. I even know the basic steps for this dance. On the side, I began to start to do some turn under music. By the edge of my eyes, I have noticed that my classmate Jenna has approached to me. His last name was Sarov, and we called him Gray. He approached and asked me to dance. It was terrible. I tried to disavow, but he has taken my hand and has pulled in a circle. It was my first adult dance. We whirled around the hall in a whirl of a waltz, and it seemed as if the wind caught us on the wings of music and carried us somewhere far, far away into unknown distances. Music has ceased. We lowered from heavens on the ground, and I have seen myself in a school hall near to Jenna, who was my first partner in the adult dance. Music has played again. It was foxtrot. Jenna again had invited me to dance, but I was not skillful to dance this dance and have escaped from a hall. I have hidden in the classroom. From a hall, sounds of music reached my ears, and I was trying to learn the movements of this dance. It was a perfect time between childhoods and grown, and this first unforgettable waltz. The day goes by day, and there was spring again. As usual, we celebrated the birthday of our school. There was a concert, and I liked to take part in this celebration. Mostly I read verses. I remember one poem, which I learned from my mother. It was named, A Crystal Vase. First time I spout this poem on a women's holiday of March 8. In a hall, there was silence. All listened to me, student of 5th grade. And I am diligent with expression uttered words. From the civilian and military, people ordinary. From our people, that the year from year gets stronger. From all Soviet citizens, that all are amicable. To the teacher modest for work her huge, to the 50th anniversary, in the large celebration. I do not remember the whole poem anymore, but the sense was that to the teacher, the crystal vase was presented, which at first was bought by 3 schoolgirls, and casually have dropped and have broken. They stood confused, and here to the aid, there came other people. Another vase was bought on behalf of all people. When I have finished declaiming, the hall as noisy has applauded to me, and the director of the school approached and has kissed me in the head. I was confused and pleased with this attention. It was in the 5th grade. Excuse me for deviation, and let's return by this day, which I began to tell. So it was the spring of 1958 and the birthday of our school. After the concert ended, there was a dancing party. Many girls dressed up. At that time, many new fabrics, such as nylon, entered into a style. Those fabrics were so light, and it carried on the magnificent underskirt. Indeed, the dresses from this fabric were costly, and not every girl could have such a dress. In our group were children from families with different incomes, the most from average and below average income, and only a few boys and girls were from above ordinary families. Only one girl had such a dress this evening. Her name was Luda. It was unusual overdressed. All of us looked at Luda with envy. We already started to notice dresses, legs, figures, and appearance. I could not go in comparison with other children because my poor grandmother could not offer all these stylish things for me. But on this holiday evening, I had worn new stockings, which beautifully fitted my legs and emphasized their harmony. The girls of our group noticed it, and I have heard, as they spoke, that I have beautiful legs. The praise in the lips of your fellow means much. It helped me to feel its self-reliance and to avoid a feeling of inferiority in comparison with other more successful children. Music and dance continued. Valerie, my classmate in elementary school, invited me. My grandmother was a friend of his family, and he often came to our house. From the 5th grade, we went to different classes. Sometimes he used old habits that still came to us, but it happened less often. In the family, he felt like a stranger, and it has pushed him on a curve path. From the 6th grade, he began to smoke, has contacted the company of boys much more senior than him, began to drink with them, often shirked from homework, and studied very bad. He became blustery and extremely sensitive. He did not pass the 6th grade and should repeat this grade. Because he started smoke early has ceased to grow. All of us become taller, but he remained at a level of growth child of 5th grade. He has invited me to dance. I towered above him. The high school kids started bullying him. He began to bristle. I began to defend him and heard the approving voices of these boys. What a girl, she protects the boy. I felt sorry for Valerie. I knew him well. He was a good and kind boy, and if you treat him well, then he will respond in kind. Soon Valerie had left our city. As we found out late, there was a family drama. He had an older sister and younger brother. They were from one father, but Valerie was born from another father. He was the son of military time. Therefore he felt not cozy in this family. It was a reason for his lousy study and early smoking. His biological father lived in Borisogolbisk. Valerie found his address and wrote him a letter asking him to live with. Soon his father has arrived in Lvov and has taken him away with. At that time, his father lived alone. They were very good along. I lost with Valerie all connection. But once, at that time I already studied the first year at university. It has passed about 4 years after he left our city. I came back home, and suddenly in front of me it arose a crowd of boys. One of them blocks a road. I looked at him with question sight and head answer. Oh, you did not recognize Valerie. Really, is it you, Valerie? I exclaimed. Really, I did not recognize you. You so changed in better. Front of me, it stood another person, not that shaggy scallywag, which I remembered since children's years, handsome, tall, and slender young man. All this time, he lived with his father. This time he came to visit his family and then will go back. This year he had graduated from high school. He was late for 1 year. He told me that he is going to a military school to be an officer. We have talked for 10 to 15 minutes and dispatched on our paths. From that time, I never met him again and did not know anything about his future life. It is so pity. There is a lot of the people who had touched my life and have left some mark on my life way. The earth is large, many people live here, and there are a lot of different lives way on it. There are ways, which close approach to each other, sometimes even are crossed, and then go together or go far away. Everyone has their own way, their own destiny. I think you will say I tell too much about holidays and celebrations. Sorry. I guess because holidays are as rare as a bright spot on routine life. In routine life, I have had 6 lessons at school every day. There was a lot of homework and again lessons. Since the 6th grade, we went to school on the 2nd shift. The lessons started afternoon and end late evening. Wintertime, we came back home at dark time. The homework I usually made the morning. It was a lot of work, and it took me all morning and then run to school. During weekdays I did not have enough time for myself. At the end of the 7th grade, many of my classmates became 14 years old. It was time to attend in Komsomol organization. I was born at the end of September. Therefore, I did not have a full 14 years old yet. In our group already was 7 members of Komsomol and I envied them. They have replaced a pioneer tie on Komsomol's sign, and were very proud of it. Rest still should wear pioneer ties. Many students, especially boys, hesitated. It seemed that they already have grown from this. The tutor on meeting often spoke that we should follow the rules, and consequently, while we are the pioneers, we should wear a pioneer tie. But after meeting ends, the pioneer ties were again hidden in pockets and bags. It was spoken about it on parents' assemblies, but all again repeated at first. My grandmother liked to go to parents' assemblies. I studied well, behaved was well, also, and active. It was pleasant to the grandmother to hear it. She was proud of me. All of her present life was full of care about Aleona and me. 5.2. Aleona, I am going to attend a technical school. Mine's younger sister grows up. She was sick very much in a time when we took her from that lousy sanatorium. The grandmother followed all recommendations given by the doctor and each morning during a 1-month graded apple for her. The doctor from Children's Polyclinic often visited us and checked her health. By general efforts, we have restored her intestine, and our girl started to grow and recover. She already talks well. I liked to take her everywhere with myself. At weekends, we went to the cinema, and sometimes to the children's theater to watch a play. At a cinema, she always conveniently arranged on my laps, and sweet fall asleep. She woke up when the movie was over and asked, "And when the movie will start?" I laugh. The movie was already finished, you have overslept it. But at the theater, she looked with interest at a stage. It was a theater for children and consequently there in the afternoon play were children's plays and fairy tales. It was interested to her. She did not remember her mother. But the word, Mom, she knows well. She calls me, Mom, because she guesses I am adult enough, and this word very much fits me. It very much confused me. I angry utter her. Well, I am not your mother. I am your sister. But she continues persistently named me, Mother, the grandmother laughs. But it makes me ashamed, especially if it heard somebody from my fellows. The regular school year completed. All examinations handed over. The practice at school fulfilled, ahead of summer vacations. After the 7th graduation, we receive the certificates on incomplete secondary education, and we can choose to continue further study at school, or go to technical schools. The grandmother has written the letter to the mom and has asked advice on what to do further with my education. The mom has advised to go to a technical school to get a specialty. What technical school to choose? Preferably near us. There was a professional school of radio electronics. That time I did not understand what kind of specialty I will have, but one word, technical school, already mind-bender my imagination. It was already the first step to adult life. At school, I still schoolgirl, child wear the school uniform, and in a technical school, I became an adult student. In a professional school, I do not need to wear a uniform, and I started thinking about what kind of dress I will wear. Maybe that blue from silk fabric. In a technical school, I will have a scholarship, which was very important for us, because it would be our additional income. In general, I was drawn to a beautiful picture in my imagination, and I have asked the grandmother to go to this technical school and find out all about it. I told my schoolmate, Sveta Sharonieva, about this technical school and tried to agitate her to go together. We were not close friends, but, since the 5th grade, there was a silent competition between us. I do not know why, maybe because we had very similar surnames. We had competition in everything, in the study, in social life. Sometimes she outstripped me, sometimes I her. For example, she was the chairman of the group, and I chairman subgroup. I was very knowledgeable in mathematics. She was better in social study, literature. Sveta lived together with her mother in a small basement room in a 5-story building. She did not have a father. She spoke that he lost during the war even before her birth. At school 61, she studied from the 1st grade and consequently, when a school has moved to a new location, she has not wanted to pass to another school, though it was a little far to go. She and I lived in different areas. I think it was a reason why she and I was not a close friend. Once, she has invited me to visit her. There I have met her mother. The mother and daughter looked similar, both blondes. Her mother was a slim, short woman in middle age. She worked at a sewing factory and sometimes brought multi-colored pieces of fabric. They used one to sew dresses for Sveta's dolls. Sveta had a few one, and they solemnly sat on her bed. Sveta told her mother about this technical school, and they decided to go in. I was glad because going together was more cheerful and not so terrible. We did the paperwork for enrolling and have begun to prepare for entrance exams. It was necessary to hand over 2 exams. One, Russian dictation and other written mathematics. But lately, I started to feel pity to a part with school, with habitual school life, with the teachers, last a school bell, and graduation ceremony. With tears in my eyes, I began to ask my grandmother to take away my documents from that technical school. The grandmother tried to persuade me, but I was not agreeing. In my brain, there was focused only one thought. I do not want to leave school and attend to a technical school. Grandmother had understood that she could not persuade me and went to technical school, taking away my documents and brought back to my school. After that, I have calmed down. 5.3. Summer in Lvov. The 1st of September still was far away. Weather stood solar and warm, even was hot in the afternoon. We spent the whole day outside. Aleona was around 4 years old, and she already played with neighbors' children. I helped the grandmother in her housework and read books. At this time, I learned a lot. Some reading given under the school program, others I read besides. At the end of our street, there was a small library, and I visited there often. Also, I liked to watch how Olga's grandfather works. He worked with wood much. He made customer furniture, wardrobe, nightstands, and so on. It was laid boards continuously in a courtyard, and you could hear the sound of a saw machine. I very much liked to inhale a smell of fresh wood and to see how a board turns to furniture. Olga's grandfather loved this job, and he always had many orders. Olga's grandmother Stephanie was short and very slim. She looked as the girl teenager, eternally strove in the kitchen and on a facility. The family was large. 4 adults and 2 children were necessary to feed them, washed clothes. She was always busy. Olga's parents both worked. The father worked at a factory, where manufactured buses, and mother, at a paper factory. To this time, Olga has already finished 5th grade and has passed to 6th, her younger brother, in 4th. Both of them studied at the Ukrainian school. Their family still lived in the basement level of our house. The apartment was low ground level, and springtime, when the snow starts melting, you can smell mold inside. They waited for a new apartment from the government. Olga's father put his name on the waiting list at the trade union office at his company where he had work. They already waited for more than 5 years, and they expected shortly would receive new habitation. This summer, after many years, my grandmother finally decided to make some small upgrade in our apartment. We decided to move our stove from kitchen room to closet because the corner where stood this stove every time was wet and covered with mold. The closet was large enough, there was a small window, and we decided to remodel it as a summer kitchen. In the kitchen room, we still had a furnace that we supplied gas and used in wintertime for warm and cook. All walls were painted. After that, our apartment was looked clean and smelled fresh paint. This smell brought special novelty in our sensations. In other rooms, we also had a furnace veneered by ancient tile, and they used only for heat in the wintertime. Till now, I remember how was pleasant in the wintertime to sit close to this furnace, to listen the flame hoots, and watch gleams of fire. Pleasant heat creates waves, which wrapped you, silent music, all that raised romantic feelings and dreams inside. I liked that special darkness time to listen to quiet grandmother's voice. The grandmother told me about her life, about meeting her husband, Michael. She always with pride spoke about his marine life. She said to me about his work on construction ship in England, and how Bosun rescued him from inevitable prison during a rebellion in Kronstadt. It felt that she very much liked and respected her husband. After his death, she was still at the young, but she was never thinking about remarriage. Nobody can replace me, mine, Michael, the grandmother always repeated. Now I have you and my goal to help you bring up, to give you education, the grandmother continued. Grandmother, do you remember one time you promised to tell me the story? Why my mother and father have left to far north? I recollect our conversation a long time ago. It happened many years ago. Maybe I already a little bit of forgot details. But I remember, grandmother begin the story. When we moved to Lvov, Ivan got a job at bakery factory. It was a hard time. The bread was more expensive than gold. Ivan often brought bread from a factory, and I went to the food market to trade it. Life was expensive, and we need money to live. But it is all trivialities. I do not know what happened there, but very often at night time, I woke up from sharp sound in our courtyard. It's someone brought and dumped firewood, coal. I have understood that Ivan plays with fire. It was an uncertain time. Repressions were rose again, and I talked to him many times about, but he did not hear me. He did not believe it could have happened with him. But once someone knocked, I opened the door. 3 militaries from KGB stood behind the door and asked Ivan. At first, I have become puzzled, and then something has seen, hear not well. I take and tell them that Ivan, with his wife, has left to Kolomia. I do not know whence has taken the name of this city, can at one time heard from the neighbors. They told me, it is good when he will return. Please give him this subpoena, and stretch to me paper. They have left, and I could not wait when Nadia and Ivan return home. They have returned late in the evening, and I have told them about visitors. Ivan had turned pale. Nadia was very frightened. They have decided that it is necessary urgently to leave somewhere. Ivan spent that night out of the home. The next day they have found out that there is recruitment in the far north. They quickly made all necessary documents, and in 4 days, all was ready to depart. They decided to take Mila and Alla with themselves. You and I should stay in Lvov. They could not take 2 small children in an unknown place, in such far away. And to be honest, I very much have got used to you. You were near to me from your birth, and I did not represent, as I can live without you. They did not have a choice. They should urgently run. Ivan has appeared last minute at the station before the train should start to run. We all were afraid that he would arrest. Now you know all story of their departure. The grandmother finished her conversation. Grandmother, the people from KGB did not come anymore? I asked. No, they came back, literally in day or two, after the departure of your parents, if I remember right. I have said that I have passed that piece of paper to my son-in-law, but he urgently has gone somewhere away for a job. I did not tell the truth and was frightening a little. It was terrible time, but I had thought that I am already old, and they have not touched me. They came once again, and then all has calmed down. If Ivan did not escape that time, who knows, that would be with him. There were a lot of people who took away in KGB, and many did not come back. During the conversation, we have not noticed as had darkened. It was so well these minutes of confidential conversation that we did not feel a desire to turn on a light at all. It would be desirable that these minutes last longly. We always somewhere hurry. We hurry up in eternal routines cares. We need to do many different things. Always we do not have enough time in twilight to sit beside each other, listen, and feel a soul. A soul opened toward each other in these so precious minutes if you shall know how we become kinder and prosperous by that positive charge, which is given by such dialogue. .4. And again, the new school year has started. The first affection feelings. The summer has passed in cares and efforts. We always wait so long for summer vacation, and it passes so quickly. There has come September, and with it following academic year. At school, we have waited for news. Ours 8A and 8B became only 8th. Our 2 groups have united in one. There was a lot of the students left school. I was a reunion with my former classmates in one group after a part of 3 years. Sharonieva, Sveta has returned to school too. She handed over entrance exams and enlisted to technical school, but she had not wanted to remain there. She told me the same story. She has begun to miss school and had decided to go back. During the summer, my classmates had grown, especially boys. At 6th and 7th grades, the girls looked taller of the boys, and 8th grade were not any more boys. There were young men, on their face. There were sprouts of the future mustache and beards. Children ringing voice became lower. They changed so much. Our girls changed as well. They became an interesting young lady, on their chest already slightly bagged of a dress, designating small knolls. The girls bashfully tried to hide these first female attributes. Ridiculous. The attitude between the boys and girls had changed also. Before, we called each other by surnames or nicknames, and now more often in a classroom began to sound first names. It began to occur on breaks. Someone writes on a board of an inscription similar to this. I plus A equals L. Irena plus Alex equals love. We have started to read a romantic story. On the way back home, more often, We gathered outside discussing indefinitely about love. What is love mean? It was interesting though slightly to raise a veil of this mysterious coverlet. Once on one of the breaks, one of my schoolmates for fun had written on board, E plus B equals L. She meant Boris and me. Boris and I studied together through of the first grades. Since 5th grade, we studied in different groups. This year, we again were in one group. He was an ordinary boy, and I did not think about him at all. At first, I laughed and told everybody that is not the truth. But for some reason, at the same time, confusion was shown on my cheeks by red color. However, after this ridiculous inscription, something happened inside me. Suddenly I felt that this inscription like a dart of the Cupid stroked my heart. Besides my desire, Boris had crept in my heart and did not leave it within several years. Since that day, I could not without confusion look in his side, sitting at my desk every time I observed him by my edge sight and was afraid that he could notice my view. This feeling was like torture for me. I could not understand what kind of feeling rose in my heart. It certainly did not love it. Could the sympathy be? Whether I think he even did not know about my miseries. We did not talk to each other, yet one word during these 2 subsequent years. Maybe he guessed it. Sometimes we casually met on the street. I confusion answer to his hi, and try hurried up past him that he could not see my crimson cheeks. Likely, my confusion was visible in a classroom, and girls were badinage at me. It continued until he left school after 9th grade. I guess this feeling happened because our heart was already ready to accept this new feeling. But our mind was not prepared for this yet. Anastasia Gerasimovna became chief of our incorporated 8th class. She previously supervised this B group from 5th grade, and now our A group was joining them. This year does not promise to be easy. The study was complex, multi-new subjects, and there are a lot of homework. We almost did not have free time left on any other hobbies. The only one that I could allow myself was a dancing studio, which organized in the recently constructed clubhouse of a factory of agricultural machines. It was in 5-7 minutes walking from my house. The building was large, spacious, with columns. Inside there was a large hall, cinema theater, and so on. On holidays there were concerts and balls. On the 3rd floor, there was a huge dancing hall where we had dance lessons. I loved to dance since childhood and time from the time I joined in dancing group. I asked my schoolmate Valia to go together to take it. She lived in my neighborhood and was my former friend from 1st to 5th grades. This year our friendship had renewed again. The study was not difficult for me. Especially I liked sciences, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Recently I had grown interest in writing the compositions and articles. The literary spirit had woken up inside me. Sometimes a teacher of Russian literature read my essays for students, but the annoying mistakes on grammar did not allow me to receive excellent marks. Chemistry was a new subject in the 8th grade. At first, I did not like this subject, because I did not understand clear some special terminology and essentially. However, a lesson by lesson, I began to understand better and have grown knowledge. This subject we taught by the teacher, which very much liked her job. Her name was Maria Ivanovna. She was a little strange, and it was visible. She felt malaise because she came on lessons with a warm scarf around her back and with pain expression in her eyes. On time it was wintertime. Maria Ivanovna was very ill and was put in a hospital. At that time, I already studied in the 9th grade. The hospital was far from our house, and I asked the grandmother to go with me to visit Maria Ivanovna. In hospital was quarantine and do not let us go inside. I had passed a slip and package and had received an answer from Maria Ivanovna. I read this slip, and the warm wave covered me. My teacher thanked me. She was pleasantly surprised that her students do not forget her. She wrote that her condition satisfactory and she is going soon to return to the job. She had kidneys problems, but she hopes that the treatment will help. In summary, she once again had thanked me and said that such visits raise hope on a quick recovery. I came back home as on wings. My soul was singing. Today, I had made kind of business. It appears that very pleasantly to do kindness to other people. In my head were sounded last words of my teacher. I hope on quickly recovering and the returning to job. In 1 week, Maria Ivanovna did not return to work. She had died there in a hospital. The second time I was in this hospital, but now at the funeral of our teacher. There were almost all teachers of our school and senior students who give back last honor to the employee and teacher. It was already the second teacher, what I lost for a short interval time in my life. Mournfully are all this.